Okay, perfect. So yeah, feature flags are a way of turning a part of your application on or off, or changing it based upon something, right? In many cases, that might be you want to add a new payment provider, and you need to test it in the real world, but you don't want to roll it out to everybody all at once. You might want to roll it out to 10% of your users, see if things go smoothly, and then, roll it out to 20% of your users, 30%, 40%, until it's then released to everybody. And then if it fails, you just roll back. All of this needs to happen at runtime. If you're doing this based on deploy time, you are actually at the mercy of your deploy process. And for some things, right, some companies only deploy once or twice a week. If you're doing a mobile app, you're lucky if you get to deploy more than once a week, because it could take up to a week for Apple to review things and decide whether you make it to the App Store with your latest release or not. Imagine if you have a mobile app and you want to turn on a holiday theme for Christmas or something, right? You can't expect that every user is going to have that downloaded on the day that you want to turn it on, so instead you ship it out to users ahead of time and you wait to turn that flag on remotely, and then it's just on, and they already have it and all that stuff. So there's a whole bunch of reasons why it has to be completely decoupled from your build process, from your deploy, because deploys can take a long time. That's the fundamental reasoning for it. When you think about what feature flags are and how you can turn things off and on, it's basically the building block to A/B testing as well. A/B testing is just measuring the results of your flags. Another interesting use case for feature flags is, what if you want to release out to your beta users first, or to enterprise clients first? That's another way you can do it. What if you wanted to just simply try a different, header right here, right? Instead of feature flags for everyone, maybe we just make it say static file-based feature flags. We could A/B test which one of those headlines gives us that result, and it happens at runtime. It's dynamic, and again, not dependent on our deploy process. So once you understand what feature flags are, what they're useful for, how do you actually go about deploying that? Well, the easy way is you sign up for some service and you pay them a lot of money, like LaunchDarkly. It's like $20 per user or per developer per month, which gets real expensive real quick. I think it's maybe even more than that. You could self-host, but then you're responsible for scaling that self-hosted solution, which means you're going to have someone diverting part of their time on your staff to keeping that thing running and scaling it out when you hit, various loads. So instead of this thing that needs to scale and it takes a bunch of effort, which is either a service you're hosting or a service you're paying for, you could actually just have it be a static file somewhere, right? And that's what Vexilla is doing. I believe Growthbook also allows you to do the static file thing. So we have a couple things that differentiate us from Growthbook a little bit. But the main idea is, if S3 or CloudFront or any place that you're hosting a static file goes down, you've probably got bigger problems, right? So the scalability of it, huge. Really huge. What that means is it pushes all of the logic of whether a flag is off or on based upon gradual rollout or scheduling or all sorts of stuff like that to your clients. And one thing to remember is that your server could still be a client of the JSON file, right? So having your server and your front end fetching the same JSON file means that they could be, they should be in sync, but every once in a while they might be out of sync. So there's some patterns to fix around for that. I think I have a doc for that, maybe not. Ooh, I don't on this site, but yeah, I'd have to show you that. But basically, you can respond with a certain status code if a user tries to use a feature that they don't have access to yet, because your server should still be a source of truth for things that you want to guard that way, such as a payment provider. So yeah, that's the basic gist. Static file-based feature flagging, because it's, for all intents and purposes, infinitely scalable, right? Infinitely scalable within reason, within any scope that I'm going to hit with anything I make. And extremely cheap as well. Now, you might wonder, well, what if I want WebSockets? Yeah, WebSockets are a case where this wouldn't fill your need. But you probably also don't need WebSockets. If you just have a timer for doing polling to whatever end, wherever that file is, fetching a 2 kilobyte JSON file once every 5 minutes, it's not a big deal. And a 5-minute lag time of a feature getting rolled out is still usually way faster than your deploy process. So you have deploy process decoupling and massive scalability from a static file. A static file is also really easy to set up inside of an internal network. That's another reason why this is really useful. Inside of an internal network for some internal tool, you don't have to set up some firewall rules to be able to call out to some software as a service. You can instead just have the file living on some static file server inside of your private network. And boom, it just works. Nice and easy. So again, a lot of good reasons why static file is important. One of the differentiators between Vexilla and Growthbook is with Growthbook, to get scheduling, you have to pay. You have to pay them money for scheduling. It's on their pro tier. And I don't remember if it's part of their like self-deployable version of things. So yes, we can do scheduling for free, nice and easy. But Vexilla also has a really interesting feature where if we go back here, let me show you, we can launch the app. And I think this is currently broken, but let's try and log in. I would need to install it into a repo. I'm gonna cancel that for now because yeah, I'm supposed to be using a different account. Let me just do it over here in Firefox where I have the right dummy account set up. Oh, and that's the wrong Vexilla site. But the basic idea is we can launch the app. We can go log in. This is the fake account. We've got it installed. And we got something broken. We can't seem to fetch our repositories. So I got some bug. We're going to have to figure that out. Of course, when you're doing a demo, everything breaks. But yeah, the main gist is this will actually create a pull request on the GitHub repo. That way, because I have no server, how do you know who edited the JSON file when? Well, putting it into a Git repo and then letting that do the deploy of the JSON file wherever you want gives you that audit tracking of who changed what and when. So yeah, becomes pretty nice. Gives us a little bit of that like server-like functionality without us having to spin up a server. So it's like infinitely scalable and free for me. Yeah, exactly, Mantis, for sure. Let me grab the Vexilla description. Someone just did it, right? Where'd it go? Hold on, let me just do it one more time. We've got a little bit on the site there, X Factor, but we got to do more. You know, documentation is always, can always be better. But let me paste this description over to YouTube for someone real quick. Oh, buddy. All right, so hold on. I'm gonna have to, like, cut it. Okay, the maximum length of a comment on YouTube is getting me. Let me try and break it up a bit. Sorry, YouTube. Here we go. So there you go. Sorry, Mantis. So yeah, always during demos. The part I wanted to work on today, let me double check where we left off. I merged in the Kotlin yesterday, so that's good. Yeah, I'm a collector. Sorry, Patrick, it's just a little boring. All right, so I'm pretty pumped on this. It looks like all of our tests are passing. I think I have one edge case for some of the scheduled tests. So yeah, I don't think we're 100% tested with it, but we're close. We're getting there. I forget how many Bazel builds we do. If we look at it, in Bazel, we've got... yeah, we got a few, like, warnings from the Rust compiler. I'm okay with that. The thing they're complaining about here is basically the fact that I'm not using all of these enums. They're not enums, but they're, like, constants for preventing you from having to do magic strings. So yeah, that's annoying. But the Rust, the Go... I'm trying to remember. I think... Rust, Go... Let me go look at the Bazel file. All right, so with the Bazel, we are testing the Go, the JavaScript, TypeScript, the Rust, and maybe the Kotlin? I can't remember about the Kotlin now. No, Kotlin has its own test. So, nope. So just Go, Rust, and JavaScript and TypeScript so far. C# as well. We're not doing Dart yet. Yeah, so C# is also a Bazel build. Anyone here familiar with what Bazel even is? I can explain anything you guys haven't really seen or had any familiarity with. Happy to do so. All right, there you go, Lava. So, Bazel is based off of a tool that that Google created called Blaze. Bazel is just the open source implementation. It is a monorepo tool for many languages, because if you're not aware, Google is one big monorepo. It is, for sure. It's interesting because as a giant monorepo, it means that Angular can't release a new major version until everybody's tests pass, because everybody in Google runs off of the main branch of Angular, which is actually really cool dogfooding. So when there were some bigger changes back from like Angular 4 to 5, maybe 5 to 6, there were some big changes where like 200 code bases broke. And it was someone's job to go and like help all the teams within the company update their code base to work with the new version of Angular, which is really interesting, right? So the reason that works is because it's all one big monorepo, and changing it means that everyone else can just simply look at what's in there in the whole big thing. When you deal with a monorepo that big, you need to worry about build artifacts and whether you actually need to rebuild a thing or not. If you've ever done a monorepo with Rust, you have to be very careful about how you split out common code and specific code. Because every time you change the common code that all the specific things like depend on, everything needs to recompile. So splitting up your common code is actually a really good idea sometimes too. Bazel modules versus vendoring the whole world. I don't have a huge opinion on Bazel yet. I'm still very much a beginner. Like, I am not really that capable of writing my own rules or anything like that. I've tried fiddling with a couple of the outdated ones, like the PHP one was massively outdated. Some of the others. Again, twofolds. The benefit is that every single project within Google can just depend on the main branch within the same repo that they're in. So you're not having to do any, like, you know, making sure that you fetched the latest version or any of that stuff, right? It's all right there. So when you update one thing, other things are easy to update too. It means that all of it can be within one PR. So you can, like, co-locate changes. I don't know if you've ever worked on a code base where it was separate repos for all these things. That is a nightmare to deal with, right? You end up dealing with things like Git submodules or, just brutal. I mean, local toast, that's what CI/CD is for. You can destroy all sorts of things with a single mistake in a lot of cases. Yeah, versioning is one major reason you can keep them all in sync nice and easy. When you do a major version bump, you can major version bump everything at once. It's really useful. Yeah. 20 Git submodules, and trying to keep them all up to date is a nightmare. Oh, it's the worst, isn't it? A monorepo is a better version of that. And it allows you to do, like, dependencies upon, like, submodules easier as well. That's a good way of putting it, Lopar. If your project is large, it makes managing and building that way easier. But for a small project, Bazel doesn't make much sense. Yeah, exactly. Anyone who's ever worked with Git submodules hates it. For sure. And there you go, Mantis. Git merge force. Why not? All right, there's Git subtrees. Also, just as bad. You know, like, just terrible. Just the worst. And it's easier for, like, your submodules to be out of sync because you don't have the right, like, recursive git pull, like, command or whatever, right? Like, it gets real brutal real quick working with submodules. But yeah, Lopar, that is a really good way of phrasing that. Like, really good. It makes building impossibly large projects trivial and building trivial projects difficult. That's the case for most monorepos, actually. Now, it's especially useful when you have something like Vexilla, where you want to make sure that all of your versions are kept in sync for like many different languages. So because I have PHP, Python, Elixir, Kotlin, JavaScript, Go, Rust, and C#, 8 languages already that all need to be majorly versioned with each other based upon schema changes, based upon types that they share, things like that. It becomes just way easier to manage all that in one place. I don't think it's that hard, personally, because one change can touch all these things. It means keeping my schema version in sync between them is much easier. Being able to only build the things that have changed, right? All of my Bazel builds here were actually cached, so a bunch of actions were cached as well, so that became easier. Multiple SDKs. I mean, that's literally what I'm doing with these clients. They're SDKs, right? I personally think multiple SDKs make a lot of sense in a monorepo. Yeah, exactly. That's literally what I'm doing, Arpopa. It means when I want to add a feature or fix a bug, it all happens in one place. I think that's a massive win. All right, depending on a common schema instead of like files between them becomes really easy and cool. But there are things that you end up wanting to do, but maybe they reduce some effort. So one quick thing I wanted to show off is I have this build client readmes file. So the readmes for all these, right? Each client has a readme.mustache file. Or not, sorry, each client has a readme.toml, I believe. Let me double check that. If we go into the Go code, we can see readme.toml here, and all of this data is then injected into a mustache template. But it means that all I'm updating are the code snippets rather than every single bit of text. So all the common text is shared via a template that's right here in this monorepo as well. Another thing that's really cool is I have a CLI tool that, right, what you were seeing earlier with the Rust warnings, that CLI tool I have actually will fetch the JSON file and generate enums or constants, or, you know, depending on language, that prevents us having to do a bunch of like magic strings. So if we look at maybe a test for the Rust code, or actually, hold on. We see feature name here, that ain't it. Let me show a good example. So in the Rust code, here in lib, down here in the tests, nope, not those. Those are the functions. Boom, here's our tests. You might see me do something like gradual right here, right? And that's just a pretty gross magic string, right? But in some cases, I wouldn't need to do gradual, and instead I could do, and I'm wondering if I do that anywhere now. I'm trying to remember which ones I actually used the constants in. But if we look at the constants, here an example, right? We see gradual group dot name would actually be gradual. So I could actually just do that and we get type checking instead of accidentally like mistyping this and our feature flag not working, right? All of this right here was generated based off fetching that data and dynamically building this file. To do that, I wrote it in TypeScript, but it makes a lot of sense, right? We end up having just a template and we use some mustache. And in this template, I'm just going to take every group that we combed from the JSON, and we're going to spit it out into these structures for each language. So, I mean, that's kind of what you're talking about, though, right? So we got the toml right here. This is just setting up the variables, right? The mustache template you're probably thinking of is this, in which, yeah, we're totally doing exactly what you said. Right? So this is the actual template. What you were seeing in the toml is the data that the template gets populated with. And that's going to, like, each toml file is going to be unique to each language. But this file right here is pretty standard. Does that make sense, Arpopa? Now, this part right here actually needs to be removed. Ah, gotcha. Yeah, no. So I'm using mustache directly. I think mustache makes sense, especially when you want to do like maybe a loop over things. I'm not doing that yet. So it was a little premature to go with mustache, but I'm just familiar with mustache enough. So yeah, thank you for the follow, Arpopa. And man, we missed a bunch of others. Nico, Rolani, Sezak, Donner Kebab. Ooh, nice. Uran, and yeah, Arpopa, thank you. Ooh, I missed some others. Hold on. Paquito, Jam on Toast, Pedestrian, Mahado, and I think we're caught up. Yeah, thanks for the follows, everyone. All right, so I'm gonna pour a lemonade real quick. Here it is. Yep. Yeah, we got the Primogen raid. I need to go shout out my sub over there sometime soon. Forget what it's at. I think it's like 50 or something now. I think I'm one less than Primes. So yeah, I think I'm at 56 months sub to Prime. It's really close, yeah. All right, so yeah, any other fun things y'all would like me to point out about Vexilla? Yeah, integrated Go templating is probably fine. I wouldn't use Mustache if I was using Go. I wrote this tool in TypeScript just for velocity, but it's, you know, doesn't matter that much. I've written CLI tools with Go. Yeah, totally fine. I actually made a CLI tool with Primogen in mind previously. We called it Will It Blend? I'm not sure if he's used it, but yeah, it's pretty good. Basically, all it does is you would run a command within the command for Will It Blend, and Will It Blend will create a prediction within Twitch. It will launch that prediction, wait for it to resolve, and then afterwards it'll run your command, and if it succeeds, then people who predicted yes win. If it fails, the people that predicted no win. So it's a good way of, like, you know, just setting up those, like, initial, like, first try checks. Oh, Arpopa, I say learn them all. Yeah, it's not actually, like, a split decision. You're gonna learn one, spend about 20 to 30 hours max to at least have a feel for it, and then you're good to go. To me, that sounds like, you know, a couple weeks, and then you're done. Yeah, writing Rust, or learning Rust made me a better TypeScript developer. For sure. Learning Go. Yeah, I haven't done Zig yet, but planning on writing an SDK. And yeah, thank you for the gifted sub. Hold on, who got slapped by the sub gifts? That was Make, Motivate, Like Me, Fievel, and Serrata. Yeah, thank you. I don't know about that, Shog. That's a very fuzzy statement. I'd say all of them are worth learning. Whatever order you do them in isn't gonna matter. They all will. Sure. Here's a big thing. Like, really think about what you want to build. And that'll help you really think about what you're trying to do. If you're trying to release a CLI tool, I don't think there's much better than Go. All right, the combination of Charm and Cobra and Viper and some of those like CLI tools and Go Downloader and Go Releaser, like all those things are so good that it's really hard to want to build a CLI tool with anything else. Rust is fine for a CLI tool, but it doesn't have the same like libraries. And that's really like, depending on what you're trying to build, there's an ecosystem for some things that will lend it to what you're trying to do. So again, try and think about what you want to build, and then that might make your decision on what language you pick anyway. But yeah, Rust doesn't have an equivalent of Charm, Viper, and Cobra. You can use Go Releaser with Rust code, which is doable. There's articles about it. Cross-compilation, really good with Rust too. But I think just the library thing. Now, it has plenty of time to catch up, plenty of stuff to do there. But depending on what you want to do, libraries that are there to make your job easier might make your decision for you. The reason I haven't done Zig yet is because their datetime library doesn't support daylight savings time. Things like that. It's not the end of the world, but it's not ideal. I think it's daylight savings time. Maybe it's leap years. There's like one somewhat critical feature of time that their library doesn't support, and I'd have to look it up again. Thoughts on daylight savings time? I don't think it's that necessary anymore, but certain locations and time zones do benefit from it. All right, so let's actually dig back into what we're doing for this. I know we just talked about a lot of like low-level stuff, but I really think I need to create this like services page, right? Which I had a link to. There it is. Yeah. Right, so this page right here, I want to implement a similar page like this for Vexilla. It's always messing up your schedule. Oh, and I haven't seen a White Panther emote for a while. Hell yeah. Solid. We're not going to have a kitty as pretty as that one. Do I have my server running, though? We do. Oh, and one more thing to brag about real quick. You know how Astro uses 4321 as their port? That was my idea. Yup. That's my legacy. No big deal. All right, so we've added services to the base here. We can see the page, maybe? Yep, it's empty, not doing much. I want to add it to the header as well. Vexilla doesn't currently have a mascot. Yeah, haven't thought about it yet. A traffic light? There we go. We just gotta like really personify a traffic light. That'd be good. Yeah, we need to get some stable diffusion on this one. Make a mascot out of a traffic light. That seems like a questionable link there, 8. I don't know. I don't know. The answer is no, I don't remember that. Any mods willing to check it out? Kitty wearing a beanie, sitting on a traffic light. There you go, that could work. I like it. And yeah, mods, I get it if you don't want to test that link either. Yeah, sorry, 8. I don't know about that one. Seems a little out of nowhere. Every Bootstrap site ever? I gotcha. So it's just a showcase of just how Bootstrap sites look a bit samey. Okay, yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, I think, you know, Tailwind can fall into that, right? Are you saying that because this site looks a bit samey? Is that what you're getting at? The only Bootstrap page. 4 icons. No, that's a good one. All right. Yeah, no, that one's solid. Good call. I like it. My bad. Yeah, we'll allow it. Oh, damn it. We allowed it via Twitch, but then Nightbot yelled at us. There you go, 8. All the presenting sites look very similar. Yeah, I mean, there's somewhat a reason for that. One thing I refuse to do, though, is do that, like, you know, like show content, like, as you scroll thing. I refuse to do that. I hate it so much. It's the worst. Right? I hate it so much. You know, I do a light and a dark theme. That's as hipster as I want to get. I know, I'm so happy about it. I hate the pop-ins, but so many sites do it. One thing I've seen that I actually kind of really like, I'm trying to remember what site did it now. Ooh, I'm really liking all the neo-brutalism stuff, actually. I'm trying to remember one site that did that. Encore? I think Encore has a good, like, neo-brutalist site. Yeah, this one's looking good, right? It does some of that, like, fade-in, like, you know, animation-y kind of stuff. But Yeah, I still like the brutalism of like the hard edges and, you know, some of that. Right? Like the shadows. Yeah, is this like the Gumroad style? Yeah, this technique is literally called neo-brutalism. And I really like it when it's done right. There's some really good sites that are doing it these days. I am not capable of designing something this unpretty, but super pretty still, you know? Yeah, so they do a little bit of like the stuff shows while you do it. Oh, and Arpopa. Yeah, no, that's fine. I forget what brutalism truly means in architecture. There are some really cool and awesome looking brutalist structures, and then there's some that are just like, well, yeah, that's just a square, right? So I like when brutalism becomes creative. So creative brutalism, if that makes sense. Oh, these are good. Those are good. I like it. Yeah, I'm gonna have to fiddle with some stable diffusion at some point too. That's good. Good job, Arpopa. This is a cat in a hat I can get behind. It's from the French for brute. You mean that bad aftershave? Right? You mean the aftershave that smells like dead? I know, I'm just kidding, by the way, but yeah, right? Who else's dad religiously used brute when they were like, you know, getting dolled up to go to court or whatever, right? Yeah, it's so funny to me. Yeah, exactly, Absence. Yeah, that green bottle, right? Brute. Yeah. So it's French for the word dry? That describes the cologne so perfectly? Do you lack any individuality or character? Here's a cologne for you. Like, exactly, right? No, granted, that's not my dad, but still, like, that's funny. It is very distinct, absolutely. Yeah, this is good. I'm gonna have to do something like this. That'd be great. And what's up, Sure? How you doing? But yeah, I really like neo-brutalism web design. Encore is doing it great. Gumroad, you said, has a good one? Oh, yeah, Gumroad has a killer one. Yep. Yeah, Gumroad's site is awesome. Oh, that reminds me. I need to send them a message. Oh, right, but they only do contractors, and I need insurance. There was another site that did it too. Mother Duck? Yeah, Mother Duck has a good, like, neo-brutalist site as well. Neo-brutalism is this, like, web design style. It's like when we're talking about neo-brutalism on the web, it is specifically this. Neo-brutalism can apply to all sorts of other stuff too, though, right? Like there is such thing as neo-brutalist architecture, whatever, right? But yeah, just like the use of hard edges instead of rounding, the use of lines in a lot of cases, right? Almost reminds you of some like early like GeoCities websites. without like the under construction GIFs. I'm gonna tweet about this because I really like it. And dude, those tweets I made yesterday went insane, man. I mean, you could say that, Nico, but nah, pretty much everyone I know would consider this neo-brutalist, right? Because it's dry. It's about just like, you know, like the basics. If you want to call it childish, sure, but that's actually like neo-brutalist at this point, I think. Right? The hard shadows. They do like some really good like subtle animation as you go. Yeah, you're probably biased based on like the architectural stuff, which is fine, but I think it's very different. Oh, and nice flex. You mean on the tweets that went crazy? Dude, those tweets went crazy, man. Again, neo-brutalism on the web is this design style with heavy use of borders and hard edges, things like that. Right? The sites we just showed. Yeah, no gradients, no glass morphism. Glass morphism is trendy now? I think it depends. Some things do glass morphism right, but done wrong, it just looks meh. Yeah, I prefer the neo-brutalist stuff still. Glass morphism is based upon skeuomorphism, which is trying to bring real-world physical characteristics to the web, right? So if we look at UI.glass here, right? Like the pane through, I mean, this isn't a good example. Now, hold on. I guess I'm thinking of neumorphism instead of glassmorphism. So glassmorphism is pretty big. It's a separate thing though, but it does involve a lot of like transparent blurring of textures and things like that. That is only possible with some like CSS features that aren't available everywhere. I was thinking of neumorphism. Right, so neumorphism is basically like this, where it looks like a physical button kind of thing. It's basically that blurry transparency, lettuce bowler. But right, like using gradients and shadows to give it the illusion of being physically like part of the thing, like it's bubbling up and it's like a rubber button that resembles something in the real world. So most of like the morphism things are meant to like model after something in the real world. Right? So glass morphism is modeling that like, you know, fuzzy glass, like frosted glass effect. Right? Neumorphism is modeling those like rubber button interfaces, right? Things like that. Skeuomorphism in general is trying to design digital interfaces based upon real-world physical interfaces. Anything with like rotating knobs in like a music app, right? Or like VSTs. It's meant to mimic the real-world physical effects boxes that have real rotating knobs. Do they need that? No, they could just do a slider. But it's trying to make the interface feel familiar to people that might not be familiar with the medium they're on. So for guitar players that are really used to how they dial in their distortion and effects and stuff on their physical pedals, when they go to do it in a VST for music production, they want something that basically models that same thing. Did the 6 interview job get back to me? No. And that's what the big tweet yesterday was partially about. I've never had tweets go this big. It's a little scary, actually. But yeah, like, where is it? Boom! So this one, Laughs in Jit, 111,000 views. And then the urge to name and shame the company that ghosts you after 6 rounds of interviews is very strong. But I'm not gonna do it. But yeah, ghosted. It's been 2 weeks. Ghosted. That ain't cool. Skeuomorphism is the act of modeling after the real world. Glassmorphism and neumorphism are basically subgenres of skeuomorphism. That's what I was getting at, Nico. Yeah, the JIT one isn't actually that important either, so keep that in mind. The amount of people in the comments being like, why didn't you just do a for loop? Because this is specifically about the context of maybe doing it in a React render blocks JSX. For loops don't work in there unless you do some gross shenanigans. But yeah, a lot of people just missing the point. Which happens. But I wanted to tweet real quick about neumorphism, skeuomorphism, glassmorphism, and brutalist stuff. I mean, come on. Hating anything is gross. Interesting. So Block owns Square, Cash App, Spiral, Tidal, TBD, and other things? Oh, interesting. Okay. I guess for a website like theirs, it doesn't matter. Yeah, I mean, for a parent company site like that, flashy is fine because you don't actually care about people finding information on it. Crow, what talk would you like? And I might push back and say, let's do it another time. Okay, fine. It's relevant to what we're doing. I already kind of explained and did some of that earlier, but I think it's fine. Oh, really? Maybe it depends on your browser. Like maybe you need web GPU support. All right, so this talk was very, very small, very fast. Not as most of my talks would be with like GIFs and fun stuff. So let's just do it real quick though. So what is a feature flag? Well, feature flags are used in many popular apps and websites. Think about your web browser and the Chrome flags Think about Twitch and how some streams seem to get features before other streams. Think about GitHub's experimental, and then they also do like standard feature flags too, so you might see a different UI than someone else just based upon them trying stuff out. Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, any major platform uses feature flags because there's a very important reason to do so, right? So let's look at some of the use cases first, right? UI changes such as maybe layout, maybe color branding, maybe verbiage and copy. Maybe enabling or disabling a payment provider, a gradual rollout of portions of your site at the same time, or like at a time, right? So part of your user base. And maybe even a single source of truth for pricing changes, right? But why would you do that? Why would you want it to be remote? Why couldn't you just do environment variables? The number one reason is time. Deployment to production often takes a long time. At a previous company, At some companies, we release multiple times per day. But even then, it's like an hour-and-a-half long process at that company for what you had merged into dev to then make it to staging, to then make it to production after code review and all those other things, right? It's a half-hour build process. And then you got to like merge it on up through these environments or through their branches for those environments. So hour-and-a-half before your change will see production. That's like one of the better case scenarios if you're doing a multi-environment QA process. At another company I worked at, we only released twice a week. So if you wanted to release outside of those 2 times per week, it's basically an emergency release. And anytime there's an emergency release, there's extra stress. It's something out of your normal like workflow and patterns, which means there's more room for error. There's a whole bunch of cases why shifting away from your commonly established deploy process can cause way more issues than you expect, right? So time is the thing. So let's look at time in the best case. Yeah, there's a typo, right? If a project takes 20 to 30 minutes to build and you have 3 environments, boom, you're looking at 60 to 90 minutes. The VODs are over on YouTube. Yeah, I'd say check out the YouTube channel. My VODs make it over there. For people with subs on this one, they can get access, but over on YouTube, they're free. But yeah, projects can take upwards of 20 to 30 minutes to build and test for large enough projects, for people with enough things. And yes, I know, spell check on continuous, I just shouted that out. Come on, man. You have bi-weekly releases, you use Launch Darkly to get around your bi-weekly release process. Exactly, right? You need some service for that. So what about the worst case scenario? It's fine, Spiridon. I literally said it the moment we showed it. But the worst case would be mobile apps, right? So getting an update deployed can easily take a week because the review process easily can take a day. No, it's fine, Spiridon. You're good, right? But yeah, I would say double check the YouTube. There you go. Yeah, we'll get there, Mr. Elfman. Let me just do the spiel real quick. So then here, the worst case scenario is a mobile app, right? The review process could take a day. What if they have a change to make? Well, yeah, you'll make that change in a day, and then you submit again, and then it's another day, and they might only review your stuff during business days, so you're not even releasing on a Saturday, and you're probably not going to make any changes on a Saturday or a Sunday, so you could easily see a week of turnaround time, because they might complain about something that was approved before and is no longer approved because it's really up to the reviewer. That is the worst case scenario. So if you wanted to release out some like snow effect on your app's homepage for a mobile app, and you wanted people to see it on Christmas Day, you would have to make sure that you shipped out that feature ahead of time, because relying on someone even downloading the update is not guaranteed. And they might not see that thing until it's passed, and yeah, you wanted people to see it because you spent the engineering effort to build that feature, right? So the main gist is time. Time is your enemy when it comes to releasing features out, turning them off and on. Now, it's not just, hey, we released it and people can get it. What about when things go terribly wrong and you need to turn it off immediately? Such as an improperly wired payment provider, things like that. yeah, you need to turn off your checkout process immediately because undoing all of those purchases is really not good for you. Stripe looks majorly down upon having to refund users, things like that. So what are your options if you want to do feature flagging, right? Like, the whole key is this stuff has to happen at runtime because build time takes too long, and build time is too infrequent. So what are your options? Stripe, yeah, Stripe massively looks down upon the amount of refunds you end up doing. For sure. Yeah, they have a bunch of things they really dislike. If you get a bunch of chargebacks, that's a problem. Like, yeah. So, here are some proprietary solutions. LaunchDarkly, Split.io, AWS App Config, Firebase Remote Config, DevCycle, right? All of these things are proprietary, non-self-hostable. You just pay them money to deal with it, right? LaunchDarkly is incredibly expensive, too. So now, consider open source. Well, yeah, you can do Docker-based or software as a service for any of these things. Unleash, Growthbook, Flagsmith, Flipped, FeatureHub, they're all open source. But they also have a hosted platform. And some of them don't give you all the features you'd care about. Right? For Growthbook, if you want scheduling, you got to pay them money instead of being on their free tier, which is incredibly reasonable, right? Their free tier is really good. But if you need scheduling, well, yeah, you better cough up some money. And then there's client-based, just remote JSON, which is my tool, right? It is currently business source licensed, meaning it goes MIT licensed after a certain amount of time. That way I can be the one to build out the actual, like, you know, software as a service for it if people don't want to set up their own infrastructure for it. Technically, when I made this talk, all we had was toggles and gradual rollout. This is before the version 2.0 schema that we're working on right now, that we haven't released out yet in a proper way. But yeah, so this was originally a talk for the company I worked at, and it made a lot of sense. The power of Vexilla is that it has clients in many languages, written by hand, tested, totally working. Some of these no longer are for the 2.0, but some of them are for 2.0. For the original one, or not 2.0, sorry, 1.0 is like the new official one. The 0.x proof of concept, I wrote clients for JSTS, Elixir, PHP, Python, C#, Go, Rust, Ruby, Lua, Dart. That's a lot of stuff, isn't it? So yeah, when I say I'm a polyglot, I'm not kidding. No, I did not have a bash one. I'm sorry, bad cop. You're gonna help me make the new one though, right? Right? So yeah, what are the cons though? Well, at the time it didn't consider value-based flags. Now it does, totally fine. No real-time listening though. So polling is typically fine, especially since it's just a JSON file, right? You can actually establish caching and things like that for fetching the JSON file. And ugly config UI, which we have fixed, but also very unopinionated. So there's like wiring and things you have to do still. So that is a bunch of the cons for Vexilla. Some of these things have gotten better, but some will forever be not that good. So yeah, considerations, well, number one, cost. Self-hosted versus SaaS versus Vexilla. That's about initial versus ongoing costs. Initial costs for self-hosted, free, right? Or ish. But then scaling it out, making sure that server's always running, making sure that it can handle a spike and load, things like that. You need someone to maintain it, someone to write it, someone to deal with that. Software as a service also has ongoing costs, but lower initial costs of like implementation and integration. And then Vexilla, well, yeah, there's the initial cost of integration, but then there's no ongoing cost besides static file serving, which you're probably already doing anyway. So at work, yes, I said, hey, we should probably prefer a third party because I'm trying to stay objective here, man. How would ownership sponsorship work? Yes, there's a typo in sponsorship there. Sponsor HIP is a totally different service. That's for old people. But if we did use Vexilla, maybe we would do a UI-only trial period, right? Very little cost, and we could refactor from vexilla.should to launchdarkly.variation very quickly and easily. So, thanks for letting me give this talk. This was a very short to the point thing for work at one point, and I basically used it to convince them to get feature flagging going, which was incredibly useful for us. So tufels, you can do that, right? That's fine. Yeah, it's just a JSON thing. You could actually totally enable the flag on your client, but if your server is not in sync with that, then your user gets an error saying, hey, that feature is not available, right? So what is like a good pattern for that? Well, yeah, number one, you want to make sure that your server and client are both evaluating the feature flags at runtime, which means there is a chance of them becoming out of sync based on how often you're fetching data, right? So one quick thing I wanted to show is there's a basic recipe I would consider for how you respond from your server with a status code that would make sense that you could then issue a refetch of flags from the client, right, from your browser, if the server is like, hey, it's out of date. So yeah, you could actually have these triggers just fine. In a similar way, like if you were to hit like a rate limit for an API, such as Twitter or GitHub or whatever, you can send a retry at timestamp for the user to like wait to send another request, right? So you can add like extra metadata to your response to let the user know like, hey, here's what broke, here's what to do about it. Typically for this case, just the right status code can hint that, but maybe you want to use a header instead, that's up to you. Because Vexilla is very unopinionated about how you establish your data fetching frequency. It could be every 5 minutes, it could be every 30 seconds, I don't care. That's up to you. That's a thing you need to measure. Fetching every 30 seconds for a user would be somewhere on the order of like a couple cents a month if they were on your app 24/7. So incredibly reasonably priced. So Vexilla comes from the Latin term vexillum, right? If you're familiar with like Roman legionnaires, there's the guy that would carry that banner into battle. That's their vexillum, right? That's their like, you know, the flag of their battalion or whatever. Vexilla is just plural of vexillum. Pretty good, right? So yeah, that was the talk. Hope you enjoyed that, Crow. Thank you for making me do that. Well, then that's up to you, Bad Cop. That's, again, a cost-benefit analysis that you'd want to do. Your server would still need to poll, right? So your server would poll at whatever rate you see fit. You would pay that as if it's a user. Because, again, in this case, client just means a thing fetching the JSON file. I don't care if it's on your server or your front end. It doesn't matter to me. Both need to be in sync about what they're doing and, you know, what features are enabled or disabled. So, one thing to, like, you know, get back to what you're talking about there, tufels, is you probably don't want to have anything that you don't want doxed released out to users. Right? So if a feature is a secret, you probably don't want it in your feature flag file. If you have a server, your app is technically, yeah, it has a user, that's just the server. And when we're talking about a user, we're meaning more of a user of the flags. They're a consumer of the flags. But that's the big thing there, tufels. I don't think there are that many features out there that matter if someone knows it's a thing you're planning, right? Does adding PayPal support and then disabling it if it is broken actually break anything, right? Probably not. So, again, if you have something secret, you don't want it to be public. And that might be one of the like paid features of a software as a service for Vexilla. Yeah, I think the private feature would be really worthwhile. Because then, yeah, it's really easy. You're just sending whatever data you care about along with your user to identify them, and then we just respond back with the flags that they can actually see. I think that's worthwhile. And similar to what you're saying there, X Factor, that's kind of why in what we're doing, we end up having this like lookup table kind of stuff, right? So if you look at what we were doing inside of the Rust, here an example, yeah, right? Features string is this, right? Now, technically, in our code here, right, in like our mock data, you can kind of see what's in a feature. We do have the name in there. But you could always just hide that away. So then your devs still like have a good clean name via enums or whatever, but then once compiled, it's gone. What do you mean lettuce bowler? You're saying if I wanted to do the private feature thing, yeah, that would be a server, right? That would be like a paid thing. Internally, I could be using static files, but yeah, we'd end up needing a server for hiding away things. Yeah, it works, X Factor. Like, totally an option. So it depends. Like, yeah, Patrick, kind of what you're asking. One sec. I forget the exact size of this file, but we're looking at, you know, depending on how many flags you have, it could be of a varying size. Let me look at it in the file system. We're looking at 2 KB. 8 KB for a big one, 3 KB, 2 KB. I'm not sure what the maximum size of a text field is in DNS. For the most part, like, you don't need to do that because you can just do a CDN. And it's basically the same, like, caching type mechanism. Yeah, I'm not sure. I've never really thought about jamming all of it into DNS instead. Not a bad idea, though. Yeah, exactly, right? I mean, the age-old adage of, like, was it DNS? The answer's always yes. It's always DNS. You can do phased rollout via DNS propagation. They do it for you. Why would you ever want to turn a feature off? Yeah, come on. Oh, and cake. Yeah. 1 day is pretty fast. Yeah, what I'm getting at is like a single review, right? Not saying like the whole process, but them just having something they want to report. That is a day. You're not going to get it back the same day. Pretty much ever, right? That's what I was getting at. So if it takes a bare minimum of a day and they have some like back and forth, then you're looking at weeks, right? That was the main gist. So the absolute best case scenario for mobile is a day, but often much longer. So I hope that makes sense, Cake. Yeah, I tried to explain that better, but, you know, it happens. And yeah, how's everyone doing? So yeah, we haven't gotten nearly enough of our stuff done today, but that's fine. I was gonna make a tweet about neo-brutalism. We can get to it another time. That makes sense. Yeah, I don't know, Four Wheel. Madden seems to be able to roll out updates pretty quick, but maybe they plan it pretty far in advance. So I don't know. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, here's the thing. I think a lot of games actually kind of do the feature flag style thing where they try and make as much of what they can do, like, fetchable. Yeah, we got the Primogen raid. Oh, really, Twofuls? I didn't know about that. Interesting. Yeah, and because Baldur's Gate isn't really, like, server-driven at all, they can't really do, like, the Madden thing. So Madden, they'll ship a bunch of assets out, right? It'll be part of, like, a big patch update, and it's, you know, a bunch of, like, the card art and things like that, but they don't enable it until they're ready to, like, launch the feature later, and that enablement is basically a feature flag. So I think, yeah, that's the way a lot of games actually get around that. They end up doing what amounts to feature flagging. They get the features shipped out immediately, as soon as possible, the assets, etc. And then from there, you know, they can turn the flag on. And that's how, yeah, that's how a lot of leakers find out about new stuff in games like Madden, etc. Yep. Yeah. So, feature flags, incredibly important. Useful for everybody. If you have a live service of any kind. I'm basically building a tool because I can't afford any of the other tools. I can't afford to make a self-hosted solution scale. I can't afford to pay for LaunchDarkly. Yeah, exactly. Every major company out there uses feature flags pretty generously. Take it easy, Shog. Dad jokes are fine. Let's not get too crude, though. All right, so yeah. Like we were just saying, you should be doing it everywhere. For sure. It depends on what part you're talking about. You have an open source library? All right. I thought you were being Thought you were being a bit immature about it. Yeah, everything that you care about providing a feature should probably be checking that flag. You can't assume the front end as a source of truth. Yeah, you basically have to do feature flags on the front end and back end. Unless all you're changing is a UI specific thing, such as the text of the header or something, right? Exactly, right? Ooh, I forgot. When did Astro add this? Ooh, that's cool. Oh, this is nice. This was a 4.0 thing? I don't even remember seeing that. Oh, that's cool. Why, bad cop? You can use HTMX in it. Based on roles and permissions. Yeah, exactly, Space Case, for sure. Yeah, feature flags are massively important. What's wrong with that? Come on, bad cop, that's not so bad. So what? I mean, bad cop, if you haven't seen this, I think this is actually the future, right? Wasm for, you know, broadly compatible plugin systems. If you want to release something that people can write plugins for, all they got to do is target Wasm and you're done. It's really cool. Like, really cool. Yeah, it's genius. It's really awesome. All right, look at all that language support. Well, I mean, when you say you can just ship the Go binary, you need to pick the right Go binary to ship, or you got to compile it on your user's system, right? Like bad cop, I guess, I assume you've dealt with node packages that end up needing to do a bunch of C++ building, and you get that, like, node GYM error. That one's incredibly annoying. Node GYP, GYP, right? Avoiding any node GYP issues, way worth it. And that's literally what Wasm is doing for you. So then, do you want to ship a binary for every platform and then, right, you have to download a binary for every platform to your machine and then pick on it based on runtime? No, come on, that's untenable. That's going to be more than the 15 megabytes of Wasm. Yeah, they consider that a slur, but we know what you meant. You weren't talking about gypsies. Because Node can't make that decision for you. That's not NPM's job. NPM downloads a whole bundle. You can complain about it all you want, but it's simply the reality of the situation. Complaining doesn't solve anything. If you want to fix it, NPM is open source. That's what I thought. It does it in the same reason why when you download Rust code, you have to compile every dependency on your machine. Post-install is disabled for a lot of things. Post-install is one of the key ways of getting bad binaries installed on your machine, right? Like malicious binaries. Most places disable a post-install step. I just think you're complaining about the wrong thing here. You're seeing the forest for the trees. It's up to you, right? You don't have to use it, but it's a really weird thing to care that much about. Yeah, there you go, exactly, right? You have to explicitly allow post-install steps. I do think it's weird to care about. Okay. Yeah, and that's fine, Twofuls. That sounds great to me. Broad interoperability between many different languages instead of needing the JVM? That's awesome. Why wouldn't you want that? Yeah, I think it's just seeing the forest for the trees. It's letting perfect be the enemy of good. Yeah, English only, and I don't know what that link is, and I'm not clicking that. Account created 5 minutes ago? Yeah, no, that's an easy ban. English only there, Shog, please. Yeah, Luciano, you're really abusing your regular's privilege. Why, what's up, Octocris? All right, so let's get back to what we're doing. We want to create a services page. I'm going to add it to the header here too. Because we hear the comment too many times about that. Sorry, Space Case. You just saw that it's been 516 times someone's pointed it out. Where would you have drawn the line? Probably way before 500. All right, where's our header? Oh, really, 8? That's interesting. Ah, so that's the mobile menu. Here we go. Here's these. A Vexilla is the big flag that Roman soldiers used to carry into battle. Vexilla is the plural of that. At least based upon my limited understanding of Latin. Thank you. There you go, Tuples. That's a good name, too. Yeah, that wouldn't be a bad idea. I think that one's less common, actually. Yeah, I know. Oh, turtle power. Turtles in a half shell. Yeah, good name. I like it. Shell shocked. I was at a barcade in New York and they had that game. It was good. It's pretty fun. Turtles in Time. Say your prayers, Toidles. Right? First boss is Rocksteady. Yeah, it's a classic. All right, so bam, we click over to services. Yeah, it's a good classic game. It's basically the same like platformer style as like the X-Men Children of the Atom game. Because they're different enough that we're not duplicating enough, right? So I follow the rule of threes. We have not needed to deal with the rule of threes yet. It's like a 2.5D side-scroller. Very similar to like Final Fight and Streets of Rage, like those games, right? So like I think they call them just beat-em-ups, right? But they're the 2.5D side-scroller. Yeah, I follow the rule of threes for when something is worth refactoring out as an abstraction. Anything before a rule of threes is actually a premature abstraction, and premature abstraction is just premature optimization of the dev process rather than the code, right? And premature optimization is the root of all evil. One big reason why the rule of threes is important is because typically when you have two of something, you don't know if they're actually the same thing you're duplicating. They may look the same right now, but as you actually iterate and build upon something, they're not the same thing, right? And they will diverge. So if you end up creating an abstraction way too early, you are actually like bound by that abstraction now instead of allowing these things to grow on their own. In a similar way, yeah, my mobile menu has stuff in it that is not in my header menu. And my footer menu, while it may have the same links, etc., they're structured and grouped differently. Sandy Metz, yes. Sandy Metz, exactly. That is the main article I've thought of, and I believe she references the rule of threes as well, right? But premature abstraction will actually really mess up your productivity. Duplication is cheaper than the wrong abstraction, 1000%. The magic of rule of threes is it could be the third instance of something, or it could be the third time you've pasted it. So meaning number 4 as instances go, because it can be fuzzy and you can make that decision on your own. Yeah, Shog, again, right? Duplication is fine as long as you're not painting yourself into a corner with the wrong abstraction. That's the main gist of it. And that applies in all lines of code. Right? Front end, back end, whatever. A little bit of duplication is better than the wrong abstraction. Yeah, that's fine too, fools, right? Sometimes you can predict and know that you're going to use something more often. At this point, this is the only component we actually care about this in. There could be some abstraction where we, do something like this and abstract those out. Again, rule of threes, we're at our 4th iteration. Beyond this, we would probably create an abstraction for these checks, right? But as far as how the menus are put together, I don't think an abstraction would be beneficial yet. So it's a decision you have to make, and it's typically something that will come up in code review. Yeah, the best time to realize that your duplication is making things troubling for you is when you find yourself having to update things in many different places, especially across like many different files. Here in one file, we can already see that they're not the exact same patterns, so it's probably fine. But if I had done it too soon, we'd be like rigidly bound to the abstraction I created around it, which would mean we would have less power of how we structured this bottom content. Or we'd have to really like over-engineer the abstraction around it by adding a tag for the type of link it is and things like that, and caring about it in only some cases. Oh, there you go. Does it depend on what you ate for the day? So yeah, I really think premature abstraction is something to be aware of, something to be very wary of as well. Yeah, right? Sometimes it's a great idea and abstract it out, like, because you're going to use it more than X times or whatever, right? You're going to use it in many different files. You're just using it in 2 right now, but you're going to do it elsewhere. That's fine. I get that. But I am very much a proponent of the rule of threes for the most part. There's edge cases to everything. Yeah, exactly. Very similar to how I did the find and replace of, when I copied blog here and just replaced the word services. Becomes really easy. Right? Just bim, bam, boom, done. Not a problem. As I add more and more things to this, then yes, it might be worth abstracting out. For sure. But I just don't think we're there yet. That's all. And hey, Barlow, thank you for the sub. Welcome. So real quick, let me shout out some of the follows that I might have missed. Solo Rogue, Shog, and Turtle Power. Thank y'all for the follows too. Appreciate you. So bad cop, I hope we're good, right? Hope you didn't take offense to the way I was somewhat dismissive of your concerns. All right, so this still looks pretty good. Here in the mobile menu. Yeah, that looks fine. I'll call that good. Oh, we need some spacing. Interesting. Hold on, do I have that as a problem here on the main docs page too? Ooh, I do a little bit. That's right, because common documentation layout. Yeah, we end up doing some padding stuff on it. This could eventually be worth abstracting a bit too. But again, yeah, getting too deep into like layout stuff ends up really painting you into a corner as well. So I don't mind doing a little bit of copying some of this. So that's for the sidebar, actually. This is for the main. Main content. Where are we doing that? Let me double check that. Oh, we did that just so we could comb for this stuff. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, we're gonna just copy this just because yeah, I want to get rid of that. We're doing the pros XL stuff. In Go, SQL transactions are easy to abstract. Sure. Ooh, yeah, SQL dump just like seeming like it hangs is super annoying. And yeah, Tufels, yeah, I think that's a great idea, right? If it's complex and error prone, well, yeah, right? When you have an error, you're going to need to fix it, and if you have to fix it in a bunch of different places, that's super annoying. Something as simple as our menus, I'm okay with that. Oh, you want to know something, though? I don't know when it happened, but Prettier does not format my Astro templates anymore. I think there's something I broke. All right, that looks a little better. Not all the way on the side. We need some actual content there. But we don't need to do that responsiveness thing anymore. So, services. While Vexilla is completely free and open source, integrating it into your application and processes can take some time. This is especially true if you haven't worked with runtime configurable feature flags before. Let our team help you get up and running as quickly as possible. I think we just copied that from the About page. But let's think about what this services page needs to look like. And I really like the Nest.js services page. Right, so there's get in touch, which is just an email form, right? Bam, bam, boom, contact us. There's read more, which probably didn't need to be done. But I do like a bunch of what they're doing here. So we're not going to have a who is using Vexilla section. I think we are going to have a section like this. Yeah, I like that too. So, yep. I like these ideas. Get a fuzzy section here. You write all your microservices in Nest? Nice. Yeah, Cal.com recently did a rewrite to Nest.js for their backend. They were using Next.js as a separate backend, which was really weird. It also meant that if you wanted to spin up and contribute to Cal.com, running their DX command would chew up easily like 4 gigs of RAM. Because they were running multiple Next.js servers. It was rough. It was really bad. I made some joke about like, we were looking at Mac Studios today. With 128 gigs of RAM, I might be able to run multiple Next.js dev servers at the same time. That one was fun. I like that tweet. That was a solid tweet. I'm really proud of it. So yeah, here's basically what our layout's gonna look like. Let's do some UI design and this is the face Bad Cop made when she discovered the Wasm thing, right? Harry's the best. No, I had it yesterday from just like screenshotting it. So it's just still left over. All right, so let's do some layout. So let's say this is the page. This is our header. On a random gesture. There you go. All right, so let's just say our footer's here. We might extend it. We probably want to do like a, you know, snippet, like big title. Right, button, like similar to their layout for sure. Some image. Yeah, I like this so far. I really like this part of the layout too. Like, yeah, we're gonna be like copying their page a bit. I'm okay with it. Yeah, I think they got a really good layout. And no, you can't copyright layout, okay? Is it lazy? Sure. But it's not illegal. I think I still want to do like a little button or something there. I don't know if the buttons are actually necessary. They seem a little superfluous. Right? I guess contact us to take you down to the form works. I know, right? You can't copyright a layout. You might be able to try and patent it, but it would be a design patent, and design patents are extremely specific. But you wouldn't be able to copyright a layout. You can copyright the code that makes the layout, but if I'm not copying that, then we're good there too. Front-end design is so hard? I mean, to do it really well, yes. To just copy and paste a bunch of other people's hard work, it's not that bad. I don't mean literally copy and paste, but to take inspiration from is really not that bad. No, you definitely... Are you sure, Shog? You can't copyright an API. You can copyright the implementation details of that API, right? If you're talking about like the Oracle Google lawsuit, right? So reverse engineering Java APIs, totally fine. But if you were to copy and paste the actual code inside of it, that's different. Again, I don't know EU law. I'm just speculating. But I thought what you're referencing is pretty much related to the Oracle Google fight. Masopo, I would recommend Free Code Camp or Odin Project, or, you know, there's a bunch of them. There's 100 devs as well. So Free Code Camp is one I recommend. Do we have one for 100 devs yet? There you go. Yeah, check out 100 devs as well. Both free. Is there a solution in the Oracle Google lawsuit? Yeah. The result is that Google didn't break the law because they didn't actually copy the underlying lines of code. They just copied the interface, right? And the interface is not copyrightable. The lines of code are, if that makes sense, right? So the interface and methods exposed, the top level API, not copyrightable. The implementation details, copyrightable. And that was a big part of it, right? There was one bit of code that was identical between the implementations, but after evaluation, the code was so straightforward that there's basically no other way of implementing it, so that got thrown out. So it's really novel code things that do something a very specific way that are novel rather than the only possible way. So I'm pretty sure that's it, Shog, right? Parts of it are copyrightable, but it needs to be, like, non-obvious. Things like that. Which is why codecs and things like that are copyrightable. That's my understanding of it. I am not a lawyer. TOEFLs, yes. And in the same vein, if you want to learn a new language, No, again, Shog, I think you're misunderstanding. There is a nuance to that. There are certain parts of code that you can copyright. It needs to be non-obvious, though. What I'm saying is you cannot copyright the interface of the top-level API. And that is different from the underlying lines of code that make up the functions for that interface. So there are things that you can copyright, and there are things that you can't copyright. Your statement is a blanket statement. Mine identifies the nuance of the statement. See what I'm saying? So basically, yes, some code is copyrightable, such as codecs. Yes, Oracle fought about it and lost their case because the API is not copyrightable. What I'm talking about is the underlying code that is still copyrightable. Your statement of you can't copyright code is a blanket statement that leaves no room for nuance. Right? The API is not the entirety of the code. See what I'm saying here? You can have a compatible API that has completely different underlying code inside of the implementation, like implemented functions. The name of your functions and how they get called, that's not copyrightable, but the internals of the functions are, as long as it's non-obvious. You get what I'm saying now? So again, it's the difference between making a broad categorical statement versus acknowledging the nuance of the statement. Your broad categorical you can't copyright code statement is provably false. If you were to specify the kind of code you meant, then we'd be good. I wouldn't have needed to even split the hairs about it. But it's actually very important in the nature of this case and in the nature of how code is copyrightable. Right? That's what I'm getting at. Your statement left no room for nuance. That's what I pushed back on. Again, there's the top-level implementation of the API specification, and there's the underlying implementations of methods within that API. The underlying implementations are fully copyrightable, as long as it's non-obvious code. That's all I'm saying, man. You're trying to make it into something bigger, I think, when instead you should have just guarded your statement better. worries, X Factor. I get it, Masopo. I understand, that's fine, Shog. But that's why I'm pushing back on it, because your statement could be taken the wrong way by other people here in chat. Which is why I had to clarify. That's all I'm getting at. It's not your fault for making a statement that's overly broad due to the language barrier, but it is a little your fault for missing the point that I was trying to make. Right? That's all. No big deal. All right, so we do the list section, we do just some BSE, like, call to action section. Some image, right? Just for spacing purposes. And then below, I think we just want to do, like, a form of, you know, like, field, some BS here. Here's what you get from using it, blah, 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 and then submit button. Right? Bam. Right, so submit your form. Call it good. I just like building stuff, Masopo. Having an idea for a thing that didn't exist and now it does exist. That's the best. Modern day invention. We're not using Launch Darkly. I have used Launch Darkly before briefly. We're making a direct competitor to Launch Darkly. If we can get enough users, Launch Darkly and some bigger companies might decide to buy us, which sounds awesome too. Yeah, if we can get a big enough user base, some company would happily buy Vexilla just to make it a funnel to their product, because it would be a funnel to theirs instead of another. I would actually, at some point, start looking at some providers and like a sponsorship tier, just to like, you know, to be somewhat objective about it. They might pay us, which makes us less objective, but I still want to shout out other services that might go above and beyond what Vexilla currently does. And I'd happily take some sponsorship money for that, you know. You'd like to contribute? Yeah! We don't have good contributor docs yet, but this is the repo. We will be working on contribution docs and all sorts of stuff in the coming week or so. Right now, I want to build out the services part of things so that maybe I can start drumming up some sales. Because Papa's got to eat. But yeah, you know. I'd also just like to establish services for open source projects, and maybe I need a segment for that. That, you know, if someone's product is open source and they want to use Vexilla, they could come on to stream. And we could help them integrate it, like, right there as content. That'd be awesome, wouldn't it? They get to advertise their product a bit. I get to, like, you know, work with a company that wants to adopt it. That'd be awesome. Vexilla is a feature flag tool. The service I'm planning on offering is to get people to adopt Vexilla. So yeah, this is the services page that we actually need to... We actually need to like build out the content. And that's what this page is kind of doing. So let's actually hammer out some content for it. Let's go double check. If you are a lazy person who does not like doing design, right? If you think design is your biggest downfall, recognize that most of the stuff we have on our homepage is actually from, hold on, what's the name of it? I'm forgetting the name now. It's using Tailwind. Hold on. Tailblocks. That's it. Yes, Tailblocks. It's pretty solid. Tailblocks gives you some nice, easy, like, chunks of things to, like, recreate some of this stuff. You'll often end up wanting to go in and abstract out some of the repetitive parts into components, which, you know, we might end up doing if we get a repetitive part. But as we look at some of these things, right, like, these are, like, common, really common things that you might see on some site, like a contact section with a, you know, a map behind it or whatever, right? Hey, there you go. There's another feedback form idea. So a lot of these things are simply just really easy boilerplates to save you the effort of having to, like, come up with all of it yourself. It uses Tailwind to do a lot of, like, the common styling stuff. But it's pretty good. Yeah, my homepage is built with it, basically. Tailwind CSS, they have a components page as well. That's part of, like, their paid thing, though, right? You're talking about, like, Tailwind UI? Or do they have, like, a free tier for some of these, like, common patterns? Because one big thing is this is not React. So to do any of these, like, weird gallery type things, yeah, you're going to end up converting class to class name, some of those things. It is a little grosser, but it's not that bad. Oh, and sorry, Space Case, 1 second. And real quick, Shog, we're good, right? I wasn't trying to make you feel bad or anything. I just wanted to make sure that we were communicating for everyone else to understand, too. All right, so there you go, one space. Yeah, Space Case is basically talking about v0.dev, which works, but when you get into, like, a complicated component, it ends up not working that great. Like, I tried to have it build out the scheduling portion of things. Let's go launch the app, and I can show you real quick. So here in group 1, if I want to schedule this feature, we tried to get it to actually, like, build out this section for scheduling, and it just wasn't great, right? So at the end of the day, there are some things that it's just not going to be amazing at, and that's fine. It is also very heavily wanting you to use shadcn. I think at some point, integrations with other component libraries would be really useful. Yeah, it's great as, like, a starting point. I'll agree with that for sure. All right, I think I offended Shog. I'm sorry, Shog. I just wanted to make sure we were giving people the information that is actually accurate. That's all. It is Space Case. Yeah, for sure. I would say, my documentation is not great yet. What's up, Chezzy? Shog, is that your other account? No. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. You never see Shog and Chestnut in the same place at the same time. Same thing with Clark Kent and Superman. Coincidence? I think not. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I believe you. No, I'm kidding. It's whatever. I know, Kevin Durant stuff. There you go. Solid. But all right, let's go back to our services page. I gotta actually use the restroom real quick. Yeah, these lemonades go right to my bladder. Oh, but Purple Elf just raided, so we'll give it a sec. How you doing, Purple Elf? We were just shouting out how awesome the Gumroad homepage is. I really like the neo-brutalism of it. Yeah, we were talking about neo-brutalism earlier. I'm gonna tweet about it. I was about to earlier and I got sidetracked, but yeah, let's do it. You're not a huge fan? I get it. No, that's fine. I don't know why it has like a real like GeoCities feel to it. Oh yeah, the premium versus premium plus. I'm just waiting for like my premium to get to like the time for it to renew, and then I'll switch to the premium plus just cause it makes sense. Premium Plus, there's definitely some BS to it. I forget what you get. I think it's Encore.com, right? Nope, not Encore.com. Encore.dev, that's it. The Mother Duck site is a good one. Anyone else have any other like really, really good ones that they want to shout out? Is Render.com's Neo-Brutalist? Yeah. Yeah, I'd say that's Neo-Brutalist for sure. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, I like Render.com site too. Static that you think I should check out? pretty good. I had some tweets blow the hell up yesterday, which was interesting. Yeah, I don't know if you saw, but man, yeah. So hold up. Yeah, user in chat now banned. The fill then map is obviously slower because of extra iterations. Right? Me laughs in JIT. 112,000 views on this thing. Like, whoa. What? Yeah, I did not expect that to go so big. Yeah, that was crazy. And then in the same day, in the same exact day, there's this one which I kind of did expect to go that big, which was the urge to name and shame a company that ghosts you after 6 rounds of interviews is very strong. Oh, I'm real proud of these. They're really good. Yeah. And I didn't name and shame. Yeah, they were going somewhat big yesterday. This one was sitting at like 40,000 views when I went to sleep last night. The other one was at like 60 or 80. And then all of a sudden, both of them hit 100K like pretty quickly. I'm really proud of it. Like, I've never had tweets go this big. All right? Come on, this is a first for me. Cornflake, I will give a hint. It's a plugin for VS Code that I uninstalled yesterday. I know, you weren't talking shit. I know. I didn't actually expect you to, like, be facetious with that statement. For sure. Yeah. I was being genuine with thanking you for me being genuine. But yeah, I uninstalled the plugin, the VS Code extension, for the company yesterday. That's as much of a hint as I'm going to give. Because, yeah, I'm not going to support them with usage metrics. I'm not going to support them by advertising their tool. They get 0 support from me. 10 days? Crickets? Come on. I do every once in a while. It's rare. It's pretty rare. But yeah, I said I'd tell people via DM. I only told 2 people, and that already made me feel pretty gross. So yeah, I'm not going to dox the company too much more than what I've already done. I am currently solo, looking for a job, trying to get a DevRel position. That'd be pretty good. I have an interview for some DevRel. There's one company that, you know, they just want to see me, like, build with their product kind of thing. They're a very small company. One of them said, like, not one of the 2 that I'm talking about, but, like, one company said, like, yeah, we're looking for someone with experience as a DevRel. I sent him an email saying, like, hey, I'm just saying, like, I know a lot of DevRels that I could reach out to for guidance. You'd probably get a killer deal on me compared to a proper senior DevRel. What about your VC? Yeah, only 1099. Yeah, that's tough. I would actually happily apply to Gumroad, but Gumroad also does only 1099s, and I need insurance. I need my teeth looked at. I need health insurance, etc. And I can't actually reapply for any of those until November. No, here in Washington, you can't buy health insurance unless it's a very specific month. Yeah, exactly, Purple Elf. It's BS. Oh, it was amazing. I loved my previous job. Yeah, as a contractor, you are screwed unless you buy your insurance during a very specific month. Yeah, for sure. Now, if you were to leave a company as an employee and your insurance were to change because you no longer get that insurance, well then yeah, you got 30 days to apply. I missed that deadline. No. It's just literally how it works. They don't want people grabbing insurance a month before they know they're going to need it, right? You actually pay a tax penalty for not being insured for X amount of time. You are able to register for insurance outside of the typical month if there are life-changing circumstances, such as losing your job. Yeah, it's a bummer. It's a bummer. We don't want to get too political, but yeah, that's how it works. But yeah, enjoy. Yeah, enjoy your workout. I actually needed to use the restroom before you raided, like 30 seconds before you raided. So yes, I gotta go pee anyway. Just need to marry someone with insurance. It's easier to get a job. Oh, yeah, go work out. You're saying go rest? That's different from using the restroom. But yeah, I guess technically, let me go rest my bladder a little bit. So BRB, give me just a second. And yeah, real quick, just to chime in. The previous company I was at did layoffs. Best job I've ever had. I really, really like Fairwinds and all the people that work there. Best job I've ever had. Is what it is, though. It happens, you know. All right, let me go use the restroom. BRB. It'll be quick. All right, and I'm back. So yeah, how's everyone doing? How's your Saturday? Thinking about dinner? Nice. Yeah, I picked some stuff up at the store tonight. I'll probably do something nice and easy. I think we're going to have a crew for gaming. I'm hoping Acorn and Robotic Head and some of them are down. Right? That'd be really good. All right, so hold on. Let me read this real quick, Space Case. As someone who's previously worked in the healthcare industry as a software engineer, you can say personally, as someone who's seen how the system works, and it sucks. The root cause is partly pharmaceutical industry and supply chain around pharmaceutical logistics. Health insurance industry is a byproduct of the pharmaceutical industry. Okay. Sure. Saturday has been pretty good. There you go, Sergeant Pepper. Make sure you're drinking enough water because 2 hazy IPAs can really give you a headache. No, I get that, Space Case. It makes sense. Like, the part that I'm dealing with is just simply a concession that had to be made for, technically, Obamacare, right? Say, hey, it's a bummer, but whatever. If I gotta deal with a bunch of BS and rigmarole, right? If I'm at the expense of people who couldn't afford health insurance to begin with, and they get it free as long as they stay up on it, it's worth it, you know? Is it ideal? No, but I am very much into those kinds of social programs. I'm totally fine with it. Is it annoying? Yes. Is the corrupt nature of lobbying and money in politics a huge problem? Yes. But if it means that a bunch of people can get health insurance that never could before, it's a small price to pay. And that's how that works, right? So it's fine. I get it. Oh, there you go. Interesting. Okay. So this is your first, like, real experience with it. I get you. That can be tricky. There's worse. All right, so let's look at hero sections, right? We're gonna do something like this. Call it good. Throw it on into the page. Boom, done. Could we do it by hand? Absolutely. Will I? Nope. Nope. Ooh, and this is an Astro page, which means class is fine, so we don't have to change that much, actually. Before they sold out ready-made gluten. Huh? All right, so we're gonna do another section here. All right, let's see how we break down. We're going to make this text section way smaller, but we end up needing another section in here. And we want to kind of model it after this section as well. I used it because I needed a static site generator. That's it, right? So then when we consider static site generators, well, for my documentation, I still want easy access to React or other like functionality. And why do I want that access to functionality? Well, because when we go into documentation here, once it loads, if we look at, let's see, I think installation. Yeah, installation is the place we'd have some of that, right? When we click over to installation, we have these snippets right here. So I can pick the language and change it to Rust, right? We got a bug for the icon there. But the simple fact of it is like this is a React component to load in this state so that we can set the version that we're using so that all of our language stuff is actually synced between all of these snippets, right? So there's definitely like a use case for more complicated UI elements than simple static site generation would allow, which would need to modify local storage and some other things, right? So the main gist is Astro allows you to use any framework you want, whether you're a solid person or Vue person or React person, and I don't think you got Angular yet, but HTMX, there's a whole bunch of things you can just plug and play into various components for your site and then just load them in as client-only things. And bam, you're done, right? But you still get the power of static site generation for everything else. So its integration with dynamic, kind of like UI framework style dynamic things is really nice. That's the number one thing. So I get the power of static site generation with the added power of any framework I want for interactive elements. And that's really useful. Another really nice part is the way it does content, right? So technically, what you're seeing right here for the installation, let's go look at that. Let me kind of like point out why this is actually really cool. If we go to documentation and look at getting started, right, you're going to see that I've got a snippet right here for throwing some types in, right? So snippet for usage and instantiation. That is in getting started, which is this whole page, basically, right? So these various sections, I'm defining my snippet via markdoc as a React component, but then I'm able to do this whole thing as just content within other content. So I get to write my markdoc as if it's markdown, rather than having to write out the HTML that this would get turned into. So their content collections is another really nice feature of Astro. I don't care about the WASM thing. That's an implementation detail that does not affect me. ERB? No, this is literally a markdoc snippet. It is literally markdoc. So when I talk about what that means, I mean, we can go to components and we can go look at stuff here and see this code snippet. This is the React component, right? And this is where all that logic happens. And this is where like the switching of language and all those things work. Then there's the Astro thing for a code snippet, which is, you know, loading in our client specific content. But we can still do static site generated, like, you know, let's highlight things and do other stuff, right? Syntax highlighting, etc. And then as far as content goes, well, yeah, it just got snippets like usage and instantiation right here. Bam, nailed it. And I can define right? The exact prop that I want to load in when they have the right language selected. So there's a lot of just like magic I'm doing here using MarkDoc, which is a markdown flavor that allows you to create some of these like interactive elements easier, but still like author them using Markdown rather than MDX and like having your documentation people need to care about writing React code. Instead, right, like I just pointed out, in my mdoc file, I'm just referencing that component. And that becomes really powerful. I don't need to write the JSX for this or care about that. This is a syntax that most documentation writers would be familiar with from something like WordPress or whatever, right? It's basically a shortcode. So it's a way, like MarkDoc is a really good way of separating out the implementation details of chunks of documentation code from the person who's actually building and writing the documentation. As long as they're familiar with this type of syntax, they can totally just copy and paste and do all that, no problem. But they don't need to understand the React code that's building it out for them. So yeah, I really like MarkDoc. I think MarkDoc is extremely cool. Yep. Yeah, the big thing to consider is you can do like functionality like this using MDX. I think MarkDoc is a better use case for documentation writers that are not developers. So I'm a big fan of MarkDoc as an idea, simply for recognizing that not everybody wants to actually like deal with React specific syntax. Even as a developer? Maybe. Yeah. Again, I'm not trying to make that decision for anybody. I think MarkDoc was specifically created for documentation people that might not be developers. Even as a developer, if you prefer it, well, that's a bigger bonus as well. Yeah, I need to make a video and some blog posts about MDX. I think that's a really good idea. Yet another YouTube video that I will be really procrastinating on making. What's up, Shash? How you doing? And real quick, Stoics, thank you for the follow. Welcome. All right, so going back to look at what we got here on this page. And hey, what's up, Darren? How you doing, Mr. Sir? I might be at the point of taking you up on that offer you made at one point. If there's a place for me, don't shoehorn it. But just saying. Papa's got to eat. I just don't want to, like burn a bridge or anything. Right? Like ruin your chance to recommend other people. But no stress. Don't feel obligated. Could have been just a thing you said in the moment. That's fine. But yeah, if you want to chat elsewhere about it, I am curious. And if not, no worries. No stress. Oh, here's the best part there, Chestnut, right? We actually remove the gap between things. So if you were to do like the Primogen's banger, boom, look at it below. It's actually stitched together. So you could do that, right? The Avacro, whatever, and put some emote in between, like a kappa, and it'll be like wings on the kappa. Because my overlay is just that good. Thank you. Technically, the Primogen uses the same chat overlay I do, but he doesn't style it. He just uses like the default theme. I still really appreciate his support. Streamparrot.com if you want to check it out. No big deal if not. It's the thing that allows us to replace smiley faces with my own smiling face. Which is also a feature he's not using, but he totally should. Ooh, Darren, I don't know if you tried to send a message in between. It might have gotten dropped. All I saw was your yo-yo, and then if not now. Yeah, the other message might have been dropped. Sorry about that. But yeah, I don't see it in my chat. I don't think I saw it in the overlay. I don't see it over on my other chat as well. So yeah, I think that one might have just been lost in the shuffle. Like, I don't know, just making sure. Yeah, I think DM's fine. Maybe Discord's easier. I tend to miss Twitch DMs pretty often. Twitter would be fine too. Twitter? Yeah, totally works. And my guess is you were basically saying, like, eventually there might be something, but maybe not at the moment. That's kind of what I discerned from your out-of-context correction because we didn't get the original thing you were correcting. But yeah, we can chat. No big deal. No stress. So yeah, I want to build out like a little banner section. We're gonna have a div and a div. I think MD is where I want to do that. and my auto formatting is broken. All right, has anyone run into Prettier not doing formatting for astrocytes? Because this is bumming me out, man. You've run into that? Prettier not doing astro formatting? Is there something I gotta do? Yeah, see, mine is specific to Astro. So I think it's a plugin. I don't know what I gotta do, though. Oh, really, Sanchan? Okay. Yeah, I think this is the way to do it. And it's part of, like, your Prettier config. So we've got Prettier installed, I think. Ooh, we don't. I should, though. So yeah, I'm gonna try and fix it, and if it fixes it, then, you know, you've seen it work. And I don't have a Prettier config, so that's kind of an issue. Oh. Ooh, yeah, no, Darren, yeah, I saw that. Honestly, that sounds amazing. That sounds really good. Yeah, man, that sounds really good. Yeah, let's schedule a thing, man. Yeah, dude, yeah, for sure. Yeah, I'll hit you up. I'll schedule something here, yeah, real soon. Like sometime next week for sure. Dude, thank you. Yeah, I'm gonna schedule something for Monday. And again, feel free to reschedule if it just doesn't fit. Like if there's anything that comes up, I'm fine. I'm like flexible in that regard. Ooh, so no, Rumple, you have to actually type the word perfect. That command was created specifically to troll me because I don't type perfectly. So you type the word perfect, and it will correct it to the incorrect version. Yeah. That was a playing with skizzers command. Exactly, guys. Yeah. No, Nightbot didn't troll chat. Skizzers trolled chat. And that's his legacy at this point. Owen, real quick though. You're feeling better? Your back pain, was it heart related? Or was it just you slept wrong or something? I was actually going to send you a message and I forgot. So yeah, glad to see you chatting. I was actually a little worried about you. Like, as I was like, you know, going through and thinking too much about things before I could go to sleep last night. If it is heart related, you're welcome. But yeah, Darren, I booked something. Let me know if it's not good for you. Just let me know. Just a strain. That happens. But yeah, be aware that pain in like the middle of your back could be heart issues. Anyone else out there? For sure. They could massively be related. I'm not saying always, but just letting you know. The way I've described it more is like you feel pain in your back and a pinching in your chest at the same time. But even then, pain in your back is probably more noticeable than like the pinching feeling. Yeah, like tight chest style, for sure. In many cases, a tight chest is a hard thing to actually define and ask people if they're feeling, whereas pain in like the middle of the back is really like easy. But yeah, anyway, not trying to get morbid with it. Sorry, my bad. Let's take this marketing page to the next level. Trouble breathing is a good one. Touche. And yeah, trouble breathing is probably the big one, right? That's a good point. Yeah, trouble breathing is more easy to like diagnose than like tightness of the chest. Like a toiga? Like, no. It's a different thing. If you find you're not able to take as big a breath as you're normally able to do, that might be an issue. Trouble sleeping? Yeah, it could be related. Again, I don't know, man. I'm no doctor. Not a doctor. All right, so we did that. We got our prettier rc.mjs. Anything else we need to do? Am I using the Astro integration? I am. All right, well. Let me just update VS Code. Maybe that's part of it. Sit, Ubu, sit. Yeah, exactly, Steel Toad. Yeah, you know. That was the reference I was making right there. No, it was not red. Yeah, that's interesting, Steel Toad, because the Sit, Ubu, sit thing is actually, like, older. That's actually something you would have seen on, like, Spin City. Right? Like older shows that didn't have the not a doctor thing. Right? Sit, Ubu, sit. You could totally see at the end of Spin City episodes. Yeah, I actually really like the production company, like jingles or whatever at the end of an episode. My favorite one is actually the South Park one, where it's bum 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 bum. It's a direct reference to Cannibal the Musical when they have the song, "The sky is blue and all the leaves are green. My heart's as full as a baked potato. I think I know precisely what I mean when I say it's a spadoinkle day." But yeah, like Braniff, that like bum 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 is a direct reference to the start of that whole like riff. My heart's as full as a baked potato. Like, it's such a weird, stupid, terrible line, and that's why they wrote it that way. It's kind of genius. Not a doctor. But no, Prettier is actually not red. Oh. Hold on, let me shuffle this over. I like the hairy image right there. All right, so yeah, here we go. We got our editor. Now you can see that Prettier is not red. It's just not formatting as we expect either. And that's kind of a problem, man. Oh, there we go. It worked. I just had to reboot. We're set. We're solid. We nailed it. We did it, Reddit. Oh, finally, we got it back. All right, so this is one where we're gonna repeat this pattern enough that I actually want to do some JSX ahead of time to reduce the repetition of it. I get that, Owen. I would say pretty much none of the IKEA chairs are actually that worth it. It's probably worth it for now, but it needs to fit you really well. So I would say try sitting in one first. If your butt does not go to the back crease of the chair, right, without discomfort, then it's not a chair for you, right? Instead, having a chair that you can resize the seat on would be incredibly important. Because the number one thing you should do for your posture is make sure that your back is 100% aligned with the back of the chair. And to do that, you need your butt in that corner. Like absolutely right there in that corner. If you find yourself slouching forward at all, and your butt not being pressed up to that corner, you're actually doing harm still. And it wasn't worth the cost you paid for your chair. So, big important part is to make sure that it fits you. If it doesn't fit you, it's not something you want. As far as a recommendation, I mean, I'm biased. I have a Herman Miller Mira. I've had a Herman Miller Mira for 8 years. I just got a new one, new to me. It was used, but it's in better condition. I got it for $360 used. It costs $1,400 brand new. So I would say try and find used Herman Millers in your area and make sure they fit when you go to sit in them. The big reason I love the Herman Miller Mira is the seat, right, where your butt sits, right? The seat where you sit actually has a thing on the lip that you can actually like grab and pull down, and it like shortens the length of the seat such that like your legs hanging off don't get that like dangling leg feeling because your knee isn't past where the lip of the chair is. So for me, I'm short. I need a chair that allows me to adjust the seat length, basically. And that roll down is really worth it. Not every Herman Miller Mira has that, so you need to try it out and test it in the moment. But again, if the IKEA chair actually fits you, then you're fine. But they lack like some of the adjustments that you'd actually really care about. Another big thing to think about is a mesh seat versus like a cloth cushion seat. The mesh seats will allow your butt to breathe really well. Right? And I don't know about you, but my butt needs to breathe during the summer months. My back also needs to breathe. So having anything that is not a solid thing that actually has like a mesh for like airflow is incredibly useful as well. Yeah, the chairs have to fit you. And yeah, exactly, PM Walls. Like the swamp ass of a non-mesh chair is something I could never go back to. Can't do it. Can't do it. And I want to point out, as a somewhat shorter individual, I'm like 5'5", 5'6", depending. If your thighs don't fit the seat, it doesn't matter how good the chair is, because you're going to mess up your posture trying to fit your butt to the chair itself. Could remove the back on the chair? That's less ideal. It's doable, but it requires way more effort. Yeah, the Primogen, who rated us earlier, does the exercise ball thing, right? And I get it. It makes sense. Totally, go for it. But it's not some magical cure-all. If you have bad posture on a bouncy ball, you're still doing harm. If he were curling up and, doing the Hobbit living in a basement posture, yeah, he'd still be blowing it. But again, he has to be very conscious of his posture sitting on it, and then that does really improve your core. Yeah, bouncy ball with bad posture is worse than a decent chair with mediocre posture. So yeah, how's everyone doing today? You enjoying your Saturday? I was about to call it Friday, which means I almost lost a day. That happens, Ooh, the fact that it's duplicated is almost harassing you. Ooh, yeah. So PM walls, that is the benefit of a split keyboard, right? And I want to say specifically compared to any rigidly spaced keyboard. So like even the Battle Station Prime uses, I think the separately like movable portions are actually good for you because you can split it up or crunch it down based upon how you're feeling at the moment. So you could do like really wide, you know, separate halves if they're actually split. But if it's that Battle Station, you're stuck. That is not ideal. The key problem with most of these things is being static. So changing it up is important. That goes for if you're sitting too long and standing up, well, yeah, right? That's better for you. And if you're not good at your posture there, well then, yeah, totally, like, that's fine. Yeah, I get it, Les Boulder. They are expensive, for sure. But they are extremely valuable. I've got a split keyboard that I haven't actually used in ages because the way I type doesn't actually need it because I type very poorly. I type really slowly. That's been a point of contention with me and someone who probably doesn't want to be named, but they know who they are. Because I don't think typing speed actually impacts you as a developer nearly as much as you want to think it does. Because we have auto-completion, we have tools for all of this stuff that will reduce the amount of typing we need to do. If you want to ignore those tools, then yeah, typing fast is worth it. If you have tools, your typing speed matters less and less. Right? Yeah, exactly. The people I've seen that type really fast end up undoing the stuff they type more often than someone who I think types slower and thinks about what they're going to type first. No offense, I'm not trying to drag anyone through the mud, but we've all seen how much DM Mulroy has to edit the things he typed really fast. Could he slow it down just a little bit and actually type what he meant the first time? Yeah. Exactly, Owen. Prime does it too. It's actually a really common thing. Could you just slow down your typing speed to aim for accuracy instead? Yeah. And you'll probably type less characters, you'll do less repetitive stress injuries. Like, dude, it just makes sense to me. And if you slow down a bit, you give your editor time to actually autocomplete what you're doing instead. That's also a win. So I don't know, right? This is one place that Prime and I fundamentally disagree. Pretty much any language server can't actually cope with a high word per minute typer. Every language server actually benefiting from some time to think about things is worth it. Do something so we can change it. You're right, Bob. That's a very good point. We don't know what we need to change till it's there. However, the things that we see getting changed are not things that would benefit from that mentality. They're typically typos. Could you just have less typos? Could you identify the typo immediately before getting 50 characters away and realizing you did it? Yeah. Now, sometimes I will leave a typo just to hammer out the thing I was thinking and then know that I need to go back and fix it. I do that too. But I think the do something so we can change it is a different problem. But you're right, Bob, you're right. You really do love calling out those moments where there's an inconsistency with a thing I've said before. I think sometimes you're missing the point when you do so, though. Right? All right. You do watch too much my stream. How dare you? I'm kidding, by the way. Like, I appreciate it. I get it. And you're right. There are some statements that would seem massively inconsistent if you ignore the nuance between them. I get that. I totally get it. And yes, sometimes I forget about some of the things I've shouted out to. So let me go use the restroom. Oh, this itchy nose. I need to trim my nose hairs so bad. I'm not much of like a facial hair grower. I'll never have a good mustache. I've tried. It still doesn't work. But man, my nose hairs, it's like a battle of epic proportions. All right, so let me go use the restroom. I'll be right back. See you in a sec. All right, so I'm back. Yeah, for dinner tonight, I'm thinking I went and got some like chicken strips, like pre-battered and all that stuff because I'm lazy. I'll do some like homemade French fries with it, but that'll probably be dinner tonight. Dinner tomorrow, ooh, I'm not sure. I actually want to clean out my rice cooker and maybe do some Mongolian beef. Ooh, yeah, Mongolian beef would be good. I'd be down. I mean, we finished the typing speed comment, and I simply had an itch on my nose, and, you know, things are organic, man. Farm-to-table nose hair conversations. Keep up, man. Right? Yeah. Come on, keep up. I'm just having fun. You know me, right? Still the same old C. Maybe later gonna smoke some of that weed. Yes, that was a Dre, like, you know, forgot about Dre reference. No, honestly, Four-Wheel, don't feel bad about any of that. If I made you feel bad, that's my fault. I'm not trying to make people feel bad until, like, there's someone that's worth a ban. Like, I should not have made you feel bad. I feel like we had the same thing with Shog earlier, too. Sorry, Shog. Right? I got moments. I'm working on them. I need to be better about them, obviously. I like the fact that you're, like, shifting that blame, but no. I could be more understanding. For sure. 1000%. Okay, we can split the check on this one. No one's taken the bill. All right, hold on real quick. Everyone's still hanging out. Anyone here familiar with Orderly? $48 total visits, 44 unique visitors. This is all within 30 days. We hit a pretty good spike from Twitter on the 1st. As far as people making it through the funnel, yeah, we pretty much only had 4 people actually use the app, but 40 loaded it up. So I'm curious about that. That's interesting. Just felt like checking the numbers, you know. Oh, we get a pretty good European crowd of people checking out my tweets and content, which is cool, but yeah, mostly the US. I get it. France, we come from France. France, we come from France. Anyone know the movie I'm referencing? Schnabs. Schnabs. Damn right, restarted. Fuck yeah. Hobart College. Hey, he's a natural. Artie DeChico. Yeah, exactly. For sure, Steel Toad. Yeah. Back when Adam Sandler was just a bit, like, character actor. Right? That's actually the golden age of Adam Sandler films. That was the golden age of Rob Schneider films as well, when they were not the starring character. They were just some random character that really improved the film due to their character acting. Right? Like Adam Sandler in Dirty Work. First we eat the pig and then we burn. Burn! What you talking about, Satan? I think a movie quote-off would be a really good, like, TV show at some point that I should probably host. Right? It'd be like Jeopardy, where people actually thought Alex Trebek knew every answer. No. He was knowledgeable, but no. Judges say. So yeah, I could just be like the host and like people like, you know, assume I'm that good. I am that good, but there might be people better. Yeah, someone's comment yesterday where they were like, yeah, I'd watch like a half-hour podcast of you just talking about random movies. That sounds pretty good. That sounds pretty good. What would be the CM, like, you know, griffing, like, parody name for it, though? CM Griviewing? I don't think that works, but we could do it anyway. CM Grammys? Oh, Grammys is music, though. Shit. No, that wouldn't work. Yeah, that would be the, that would be like the NFT shill, like, channel, for sure. Yeah, for sure, Standard. Yeah. CM Grifting would be the, yeah, here's how we make some stuff with Solana, guys. You want to know how to do some DeFi stuff? Yeah, that's on the CM Grifting account. Here's why blank terrible coin is totally worth investing in. Boom, CM Grifting. Nailed it. Would I actually do it? Hell nah. Hell nah. I'm not saying crypto is inherently bad, but we all know that there are plenty of, like, crypto grifters out there in the world. Right? The entire problem with crypto and NFTs is because of the get-rich-quick scheme, like, motherfuckers. Like, come on. They're the entire problem. It's like nobody that does that stuff has a conscience. Oh, Griffing and Ebert. Okay. That's a little better. Yeah, even the most reputable people in crypto are still a bit shady. I want to throw it out there that BeginBot has never lied to anybody about who he is and what he cares about. I consider him the most reputable person I can think of in crypto. And he's pretty awesome. I can't think of a single way he's like misled people or been shady. He's a diamond in the rough, though. He is a turd in the punch bowl in the best possible way. Yeah, exactly. Like, my favorite part there, Sergeant, is that he is massively crypto wealthy at this point. He doesn't need to stream. He doesn't need to do anything anymore. He's set for life. As far as I know, as far as I understand his situation, I don't know for sure, but he is set for life. He doesn't need to do anything anymore. I mean, there's like the joke tweet from Flip Media that he's a crypto billionaire. I don't think he's a billionaire, but crypto millionaire? Yeah, I'd believe it. I'd 1000% believe that. I don't know for sure. It's not even worth guessing or caring. But yes, that dude got his bag from a bunch of crypto stuff. And he's very smart. He's been very bullish on all that stuff. Yeah, man, like, for sure. I wouldn't doubt in my mind at all that he's like a millionaire in the tens. I don't know if he's gotten into the hundreds, but yeah, right? Multi-millionaire, I would bet money on it. And he is that down to earth, and you wouldn't even guess it about him, because he's that cool. Maybe I'm wrong. And he would be bummed at me saying this. I don't know. But again, he's that down to earth that I don't see him being that bummed. Yeah, exactly. Like, dude is set. He can do anything he wants now. Which is actually, that's almost a curse. It's the best curse to have, but it means that he really needs to figure out what makes him happy in a way that a lot of people will never have to actually address that situation. Because now that I think he has enough to do anything he kind of wants, now he has to actually figure out what he wants. That's tough. That's actually really tough. So, mo money, mo problems. Obviously. He's the kind of dude I could have seen being very bullish on Bitcoin back in like the early 2010s. And if so, that dude is set. Right? But again, it is what it is. It's whatever. He's awesome. I'll simply say that. That's the easily most like agreeable statement we could make about BeginBot, right? That dude's awesome. All right, so this would be benefit? we're going to do way more than just an LI, because this abstraction wouldn't make sense if it was just an LI. But one of the biggest things is, what is the benefit you get from using Vexilla as a service, right? SLA-driven availability. And, oh, you know what? Hold up. Oh, I messed that up. I'm going to do this right now. Hold on. We're going to say not to that. We're going to go up here to the top. We're going to define this as const benefits is equal to an array of objects. The first object has a label. Yep. We're going to say label for now and call that good. And there's probably going to be more I want to add to it. But yeah, let's just keep going. No. So hold on. Serverless is not part of selling someone the support contract. Right? So these are benefits not of Vexilla as like a tool, but more of purchasing our service to help you manage Vexilla. Right? So separate things. When we look at the prototype or the example we want to like build upon, we can see that this is what Nest.js has after their header, and it would be technical guidance and architectural reviews, mentoring team members, advising best practices, right? Addressing secure, like honestly, a lot of these are exactly what I want to type, but you can copy, but don't make it obvious. So we got to rephrase a bunch of this. Mentorship. Boom, nailed it. I know, right? No. I think in, like, you know, code review, we don't need in-depth. I think that works. I know, you're only half kidding, but it works. So yeah, SLA-driven availability, mentorship, code review. Right, some things like that. Upgrade assistance. I like that term. Can I be of assistance? Bard is Google's thing. Pretty sure. Yeah, they're heavily buying into the Copilot branding. So I would say that, yeah, their main thing is probably called Copilot, but I don't know for sure. Microsoft and GitHub are the same thing. Four wheel, like 1000%. They don't want you to actually think about the difference between them. They're the same thing. Yeah, four wheel. Did you not know that? That happened years ago. When was it? They don't even give us a date. Of course they don't. $7.5 billion in 2018. So yeah, exactly. 7.5 Instagrams. Like, no big deal. Yeah. They knew what they were doing. They're not stupid. Yeah. It's a fair amount. All right, real quick, I totally forgot. X Factor, that's what I'm working on, man. Exactly, like free data for training their LLM that they own. Yeah, dude. Like, so worth it. Like, crazily worth it. Yep, exactly. Star Fox. Yeah, for sure. We'll fox with you. Oh, they tried to buy Discord a while back? I didn't know that part. That would have been weird. Yeah, they bought Activision. The benefit of buying Activision is that employees at the company will actually be treated way better than they were under Blizzard. Like, way better. Employees will actually be treated like human beings. So yeah, it's really good for employees of Activision to be bought by a company with a conscience. Or at least a company that doesn't want to get sued. What up, Francesco Franco? Mr. Sir. Yeah, how you doing? My bad. Didn't mean to leave you hanging. It wasn't that long. It was just a minute ago, so we're good. Yeah, how you doing? So one space, you're talking about Pirate Software. Obviously. Yeah, we all know he used to work there. Duh. Duh. Yeah, he's a really cool dude. For sure. Yeah, I see some of his shorts pop up randomly while I'm like doom scrolling. His shorts are always like a breath of fresh air, like really nicely done. He's got a really good set of editors for his shorts. And he seems like a legitimately like cool and good person. Thor is the creator of Heartbound and Pirate Software. So X Factor, you've heard of Pirate Software, right? That is Thor. His name is actually Thor. Right? So here I am, some pleb named Chris. Ugh. Ugh. Come on, parents. You couldn't have been any more creative? Come on. Chris? That's all you can think of? Ugh. Meanwhile, could have been named Thor. Or Magnus, or something cool like that, man. Oh, is his middle name Thor? Oh, that makes sense. His real name is Jason, his middle name is Thor? Oh, I get it. And I'm sorry, 10x, 1 second. That's an epic middle name. Mine is Michael. Zeus your daddy. Solid. No, the fact that it's his middle name is actually really good. I like that. That's solid. Yeah, what up, Robotic Head? Yeah, how are you feeling about gaming tonight? Would you be okay with some more Pal World? While I still give some time for my main group to, like, you know, get a little bit ahead on some Baldur's Gate? Cool. So yeah, we'll hit up Acorn, make sure they're down. Hopefully Algo Bro's down too. Worst case scenario, maybe they want to play some Lethal Company or something. I'll buy you the game, like, I don't mind that. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, down for whatever. Just want to make sure we're all, you know, stoked on it still. What's the deal? keep making that bug. Everyone's playing it these days, huh? I mean, it's a fun game. Oh, did Thor actually get money from it? I didn't see any disclosure about that. So if he got paid money and wasn't properly disclosing it, that's actually a bit of beef. That would actually be a major bit of beef. Yeah, that's actually the #1 use case for it, Space Case. You can actually play Ark without having to download 400 gigs of data. And yes, Ark is 400 gigs at this point. So it's a far more accessible Ark. Oh, exactly, Robotic Head. It'd be a nightmare. Yeah, if you want to make a mod for Ark, you need the entire full game to do so, and then you need the dev kit for it too. You're looking at an entire terabyte hard drive just to make a mod for a game? That's untenable. And yeah, 10x, I would expect Thor would be really, like, upfront about that. I don't expect Thor would be underhanded about any of that stuff. I know there are streamers that did get paid, probably, but I don't think Pal World actually had that. Yeah, no worries, One Space. Yeah, that sounds fun. I was watching Community yesterday, and they had a moment where they were like, yeah, movies had to make sense until Scary Movie. Everything was fine until Scary Movie came out. Like, I don't know, they made some reference to Scary Movie that was really good, actually. It was really solid. Of course Donald Glover said it, right? It was a line I assume he wrote. I never actually watched that one. So yeah, I'm not sure. Nope. Ah, we're so close. Yeah, 26 is not there, so it's either 24 or 28. Hold on, how are we doing icons? I might actually want to do a section list here instead of what we got so far. I like the idea of the checkbox. So icon definitely comes from Astro Icon. All right, so name would be step.image. That one's hard-coded, so we're good there. All right, so iconify.design. We go to, oh, they changed up the UI a bit. All right, we're using Phosphor. Ooh, they massively changed up the UI. I like it. This is easier to navigate for sure. All right. So bam, we see these all in there. I need to resize that icon down, obviously. Oh, a div around it. Huh. Well, I don't want justify. I don't want a line. I want items center. There we go. Voila. Oh, look at it. It's so pretty. Ooh, I'm pretty. Ooh, I'm so pretty. All right, cool. So we do that just a little bit. I think the size, we could crank that down to what, like 8? Boom, I'm so pretty. All right, so that padding top, let's make it 12 instead. And then, yeah, we get all of it kind of like in line with the thing we're doing. Sure. Oh, here's a fun bit. We forgot the UL. That gives us some spacing. There we go. Right, so we do something like a contact us. Ayo, we see that right there. We want to turn it into a link in some way at some point. Hold on, let me reach out to the rest of gaming crew. Yes, I am not going to use mail to. I'm going to use a form. And I'm gonna establish my own, like, you know, spam filter for that form. Right, so that's where the form would go. This is where we say some stuff about the form, and then, yeah, we gotta actually, like, build out the form. Yeah, we got more work to do. All right, so let me go use the restroom real quick. But yeah, like, we're trying to build out this, like, services page. We're gonna have a form that people submit to and all that junk. So yeah, there's stuff to do. Let me use the restroom, though. Sorry, BRB. But yes, I will be avoiding mail too, for sure. How will I be handling the form submission? Most likely via a Netlify function. And yes, I just applied to Netlify the other night, like, to try and work on their CLI tool. I feel like that'd be really cool. That'd be, like, an amazing role. No offense to any other company that, you know, I'm chatting with, I'm trying to, like, work things out with. I think from what we've seen, no matter how far into the process I am with a company, I need to make sure I have other irons in the fire, because I could get ghosted after 6 rounds. I didn't want to dox them on Twitter, even for, like, the random people reaching out. But yeah, you asked me over on Gaming Stream, I'll say it out loud for sure. I'll happily say it out loud over on Gaming Stream. Not something I want to do here. Yeah, exactly, right? And I'm almost positive that's what happened. They had someone else lined up that they decided to pick, and they just didn't want to tell me about it. So they just didn't. Oh, you're right, 10x. I don't think that was the problem here. But I absolutely sent their newsletter to spam out of spite. Technically, I'm part of their talent community, and they sent out a talent community email that didn't have the job I was applying for listed, which means they filled the role, just not with me. They could have informed me about that, but they didn't. And that's extremely rude. So yeah, I sent their community, team, whatever, BS mailing list to spam, and I hope they get identified as spam in perpetuity because of it. Because they deserve, at the bare minimum, that. Because it's definitely spam. Exactly, X Factor. Like, massively spam. You're gonna disrespect me and then send me some BS marketing email? That almost tipped the scales in the favor of just doxing them publicly. Damn this conscience. Just so shady. Like, dude. Who does that, man? Who does that? But it's fine, right? I'll never use their product publicly again. That's the bridge they burnt. And that was totally up to them. Now, I don't think doxing them would gain anything, and it would just make me seem more and more toxic. Anyone seeing my GitHub profile would see that. Like, even having the tweet about, like, should I dox them is already a bit of a red flag for some companies. So, like, yeah, am I messing that up? Maybe. But also, like, dude, companies don't treat us like human beings during the interview process. They treat us like cattle. Every once in a while, when you treat people like cattle, you get the horns. Message. It is. It's a huge problem. But again, they have the power. Message! Yeah, the message one? Yeah, dude. I forgot that was one. I forgot that was totally a thing. But yeah. Keenan Ivory Wayans, the director of Don't Be a Menace, totally just chiming in, message! And then dipping out. Super good, man. Ah, yeah, he's good. Yeah, he directed Scary Movie as well. He was the #1 producer of In Living Color. I'm not even kidding. Yeah, man. Yeah, he's actually the guy that made everyone else successful in his family. Keenan, man. Yeah, it's actually extremely cool. Marlon and Damon would not have had a career without Keenan. They all know that, right? None of them would have had a career without Damon. Now, Damon wouldn't have had a career without whoever their father was that established them as like an entertainment family. I forget who that was specifically, but yeah, right? There's like a domino effect of all these things working out for the entire family. Marlon, Sean, and Damon would not have had careers without Keenan paving the way via producing and being that involved in Hollywood. It's actually like a really cool story. I'd love to see a documentary about the Wayans family. That'd be a badass fucking documentary. That'd be a really, really good documentary. Right? It'd be like the Jackson family without all the trauma. It'd be just a feel-good story. It'd be really good. All right, so we do need to keep working on this page. I know, I'm just blowing it. This damn stoner. But no, I need to go pour some more water, so give me a second. Yeah, I turned on my fryer, and that thing's heating up. Yeah, I'll be cooking food here in a bit, but I need water. I need water more than anything. Ooh, and I did a really, really, really good job on my food purchasing today. I got way too much bacon for way too cheap because there was some quality control reason of like massively discounting it. We're talking like $12 bacon being like $4.99. I got 2 packages. Yeah, is it like close to the date of expiration? It's bacon. Okay? If it's not changing color, you're good. When I open the package, I better use it super quick. That's fine, I get that. That's fine. But if it hasn't changed color, you're good. It's bacon. So yeah, I got myself some eggs, some bacon. I didn't re-up on croissants or bagels or any of that, so I'll just, I'll be just eating straight bacon and eggs, which is a delicious meal, devoid of carbs, which is actually good. Yeah, I made out like a bandit on bacon today. Like, so much cheaper than Costco would even charge for it. Because I got it on like a quality control deal. I'm the bacon bandit. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I picked up more summer sausage. I picked up more potatoes. The onions I got should last at least a couple sessions. Oh, man. I'll be eating pretty good. I got enough like beef and pork in my fridge so that I can do chow mein and some like Mongolian beef as well. So yeah, I'm sitting pretty frugally as far as meals go. I'd love to do like a Philly cheesesteak day or two. But that would involve buying bread and some cheese that I don't have stocked up and some peppers and some other BS, What am I doing today? I'm just gonna do chicken fingers, which I have like pre-made, like pre-bought because I was lazy. And I'll do my own like custom homemade fries, and that's about it. So yeah, firing up the fryer simply because I got people waiting on me. I don't want to do like a long cooking meal while people are waiting on me. Meanwhile, tomorrow night could easily be a chow mein or a Mongolian beef night. I'm thinking tomorrow is going to be a Mongolian beef night. I just got to clean out my rice cooker. Yeah, I don't use evaporated milk, so yeah, I don't know, man. Not something I would make, but that's just my lack of experience right there. Yeah, food is one of the best things. Like, making a meal that you really enjoy. You can't even buy that, That's a feeling you can only create yourself. You can buy parts of it, but even then, bringing them all together at mealtime, you can't buy that feeling, man. Not homemade waffle fries, that's fine. Yeah, waffle fries are tricky to make on your own. I don't even know, like, there's gotta be something you just, like, pass them through to, like, waffle them. I've never done anything like that, and I have no idea. I have no clue how waffle fries even get made. Like, no clue. It's probably a process that I don't care to replicate. Curly fries would probably be easier to do on your own. But no, I just do regular old fries. Big thing is to make sure that, like, you soak them in water ahead of time and then dry them off properly, and then you're good to go. If you don't dry them off properly, your deep fryer will overflow. And that sucks. That's a massive cleanup headache. All right, so this is where the form would go, right? And let's actually start looking at form stuff. We're not using Mantine, but we probably should be. Oh, and that's it. Yeah, we're doing component/UI/select, which means we're using shed CN. Oh, that's right. Laser printers? I'm not gonna say it's impossible, but I don't remember discussing it. What is the context of you asking? So when you say fell asleep listening to my stream earlier, you mean today? Like on my day? Or did you mean like yesterday? Because we might have talked about it yesterday and I forgot. Today? I don't think so. I just think you got printers on the mind, right? Did you apply to Hewlett Packard recently? Yeah, are you traumatized by the price of ink? Yeah, I'm using Shed CN. I'm not using it to its full effect. I'd probably benefit from any other framework as much, right? Any other like component library, etc. Why is this taking so long? I'm gonna blame... Yeah, the 2015 Mac Mini. Exactly. Still faster than Basil? I mean, it depends on the Basil thing you're talking about. Oh, or did you mean faster than Brazil? Did you just leave off the R? I get it. I get it. That makes sense. I would say no anti-Brazil comments here, please. Yeah, Norway's four-wheel. Yeah, no, I gotta do the food thing here soon, for sure. Yeah, building out a form with only Shad CN is actually more work than I was planning. Later, Gator. Hop in the tractor, Factor. All right, I'm at the point where I actually feel my belly being really hungry, just even smelling the deep fryer that's heated up. So we installed a form, we did some stuff. I'll be taking tomorrow off to hopefully work on a YouTube video that I've been slacking on. So tomorrow will be YouTube video and gaming focused. And then Monday we hop right back into building out Vexilla's services portion and other things, right? More documentation, just more, you know? Man, and again, I really appreciate it. Like, anyone who doesn't know, yes, this is like the smallest shout out I could do. I'll do it again, though, because some of y'all might have just gotten here. Did I spell that wrong? Come on, Nightbot, you jerk. Oh, if I could type. There we go. We can at least do that one. I don't know why the other one failed. But yeah, like, again, Prime's the man. Thank you so much for that raid, dude. That was super cool. Thank you. I assume he hasn't watched since he raided, and that's fine. I get it. He's busy. He's got kids and stuff. I don't. So it's hard to relate, but I understand it. Yeah. You be an awesome dad. For sure, man. Like, really awesome of you. What we need to do for what we're doing is actually build out a proper form that we could submit to a server-side function that's living somewhere, and we'll call it good. But we got work to do to actually make this a thing. So, in the meantime, yeah, we should go raid someone. And who's streaming right now? Who's killing it? Who deserves a raid? Anyone got a preference on who we go raid? Quantum Apprentice? Yeah, not a bad option. All right, there we go. Well, we see Spiridon killing it. Quantum Apprentice is killing it too. Ooh, they're gonna do some Fallout 2 modding, and they have a camera now. Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, no, we haven't rated them in ages. Chris Titus Tech. Lana going this late is definitely something I would heavily consider rating, but oh, Matisse, like, there's actually a lot of really good streamers going, but you recommended Quantum Apprentice, and let's just, yeah, let's do it. Oh, I will absolutely be on Chill Stream. Yeah, I'm gonna cook some fried food. We're gonna play some Pal World on Acorn's private server. All these things need to happen here within like a bit, and like there's no rush. Acorn has some stuff to do. We're going to have a group together doing it real soon. But, yeah, in the meantime, we're going to go head over to Griffing and Chill, like my chill stream. We're going to watch some terrible TV show or movie while I cook my food, and then we hop into and hang out with Acorn, Algo Bro, and Robotic Head on that private server, and that'd be fine. That'd be great. It's a really fun game. I recommend it. But we're going to click that button. We're going to go say hi to Quantum Apprentice. I'm going to end the YouTube thing. Thank you all for hanging out. Like, man, really good. Appreciate y'all. I'll be live again on both these channels, on the YouTube and the Twitch, on Monday. If you want to hang out tomorrow, I'll be on Griffing and Chill on Twitch without streaming to YouTube, and we'll be watching TV shows while I hopefully work on some YouTube content, such as recording a video and then editing it, which I really need to like prioritize and make happen way more often. But in the meantime, let's go say hi to Quantum Apprentice. Everyone watching, cheers, thank you, see y'all soon. And have a great rest of your day.